Mantis, shut the f up, bro. Oh, sure.
Off?
Gamer subs.
Yourself.
I'm actually disabled. Every time I fart, I smell shit. What the f was that on her Twitter? What the f? Mod spam Mantis for 24 hours.
Ew!
Looks pretty decent.
What the fuck are you eating, you fatty?
Oh,
Dirty boy.
R-U-N. Shut the f up.
Well, I think you should just fucking kill yourself, Quicksilver.
Yourself.
I'm gonna suck your James. What the actual sucky suck is?
What is that llama?
Can you please moan again,
I'm
please?
spitting it up.
Ohio skibbity riz.
Pussy tight, pussy clean, pussy fresh.
My soundboard. I'll be at my soundboard.
Pussy tight, pussy clean, pussy fresh. Pussy fresh.
One time saw a penis and I enjoyed it.
Look, that is the most truest thing you've ever said.
Thank you. Oh, good night, bro.
Okay, what the fuck was that? Did you shit yourself?
I wanna see the very slave no one ever owned.
What the fuck was that?
What are you doing knockoff exactly?
Pussy!
Holy fuck, Stewie, I'm shitting.
I prefer not to watch streamers who shit their pants.
Gonna need a sensu for that one.
Sung Wong Chong Ching Wong Wong Jong Jing.
Shut up.
Then pee. Do it right now in my mouth.
Virus found. 10,000 porn videos found on user's computer. FBI will now investigate your computer. Virus found. Virus found.
Monkey boy peasant, get up and clean my chimney so you can get her weekly ration of bread.
What the fuck? Who did that?
Curious.
Hey chat, you reckon I should just drink that entire thing and just end my life? Hit 1 for yes. Oh, so cute. Aw, what a dumb piece of shit.
I'm shaking it.
Hey, how you day today? Oh, that was sick. That was awesome. Holy shit.
Just up the road from Clan by the 𝐈𝐌𝐏𝐻𝐑𝐓 to go get a congratulations.
Hello, chat. How are we, boys? Hello. This is wild. The screen I'm seeing right now is actually crazy, guys. Holy shit. How are we, everybody? My name's 𝐈𝐌𝐏𝐻𝐑𝐓, and this is officially basically a massive stream back to Overwatch. They've got rid of basically the 2 and have no choice but to get rid of the regular one. I am so excited. This looks good. I'm so keen. I am actually very, very excited. Wow, can we just see how this looks? This looks sick. It looks so professional. REM on already. Where are you, Mantis? Wow, that looks good. Invite the group. This looks so professional looking. Holy shit, this looks really, really good. Holy shit, it looks good. How are we, bro? How are we, Amputate? And Mantis, if you're still here, hello. Hey Mantis, how are you, brother? How you
Hello?
going, man?
Hello?
Hey.
Okay, never mind. I was thinking this very persistent bug has proceeded into Overwatch.
That's all good, man. How are we, bro? How you going?
Yeah, I'm doing really good. I'm loving Mizuki, bro.
Yeah, you've been hyping him up for
Mizuki is
ages. Yeah, man.
Mizuki is my type of hero.
Really?
Like the game I just played before you went live, and I got off for like 2 seconds, and then I turned the Xbox back on. I popped out 30k healing.
30k? What the hell?
Yes.
That's crazy. Oh my god. All right. Well, we're looking at everything here like this now. This look at the hero gallery looks like now. This looks so good.
I know it looks so.
It looks sick.
Okay, so this is purely a console problem that's just driving me through the roof.
Yeah.
So there was an easy way to scroll between the options in the hero gallery between weapons, skins, highlight intros, that sort of stuff. You used to press the buttons, but now because the top menu has replaced that, it's just driving me insane.
That's so funny.
So now just that. And also another thing that I just still absolutely hate, the yearly rank reset thing for competitive points. Like, let me quickly check. I can't buy anything till next year, and I have how many competitive points did I have? I have 2,917, and I can't spend it on anything.
That's crazy. I wonder why. That's crazy.
It's pathetic. I actually know why. They changed it so that it was when Overwatch 2 came out. They made it so that the players that have thousands of points all saved up, they can't buy anything. When literally all they had to do was reset everyone to 0, and then this would never be a problem.
I get you. Wow.
I've quote unquote friends that just see this as nitpicking and being that I'm just complaining about the game, but this is a genuine problem.
Haha.
Thank you for the amputate.
Yes, I am
Thank
first.
you.
You all shall bow before my greatness.
Cool. Wow. So, okay, first things first. First thing I gotta do is I gotta join the fight. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna do Talon, I'm gonna do Overwatch. I'm gonna be real. My boy Hog, he's none of these. He's not Talon or Overwatch. He is in his own little world with Junkrat, stealing stuff and being all crazy like. So I got a feeling if they had the opportunity to join any team,
I'm gonna be real. Just go with Overwatch. The Talon stuff is mid. I don't even know what's in mid. You can't even. I don't think you can even see what's in the other one. You just have to go with it.
Or I can just decide without knowing that. I could just like choose. There's either. I could choose Talon if I wanted to, but I could choose Overwatch. You can flip flop.
Yeah.
Really, I can flip flop.
No,
really?
You can't.
Like
you
this.
Can't.
I could do this right now. I could do this if I choose Overwatch.
My phone's closed, so I can't see
Holy shit! I could do that right now. I'm doing Overwatch. You tell me I can go Overwatch. Then join. Let's do it. I'm back to being Overwatch. I'm on Overwatch now because I can flip flop. That sounds good. So this is the factional challenges I can do right here. So we got Agents, Reinhardt, Operation, make it Totty, Overwatch damaging heroes. Okay, so basically we're just trying to complete all of the challenges here to compete against the Talons. I'm guessing.
Also, Hook, do yourself a favor and don't open the shop. The new Mizuki got a skin already, and it's shit. It looks so bad.
Good thing I'm not into Mizuki then. I did Talon like 2 days ago, and I'm on Overwatch now. Oh, nice, Epitate. Good job, Epitate. You can swap sides. You can swap over sides anyway, Rice Bin. Oh, yeah, you can Rice. Okay, that's cool. That's alright.
Can we?
Yeah, apparently you can. Go on to Rice.
It says, I've chosen Talon, and it says unavailable. I can't swap.
Also, what happens with the drop of Vid Redeem? What happened to... Oh, is it not there anymore? Did it not... It's not there anymore. I thought I added back into it. Welcome back, Kayla. I'm so sorry. Why isn't... Hang on. Let's just try this again. Every time I fart, I smell shit. Oh, basically, you click on it to redeem it, and then you add in a YouTube link, preferably under maybe 10 seconds or 25 seconds, preferably, in my opinion, and it plays on my video on my stream. Yeah, pretty cool. We've also got this one as well. Oh, I need to reapply it because it's not working. I might have to deactivate and refresh it maybe. Shut down resources, refresh cages. And let's just try that again. I don't know what's going off that. That's a bit bizarre. Let's try Among Us.
Hook, you wanna know something? You wanna know a strat that my friends and I were doing earlier today?
What's up? Oh, there you go. Thank you, Russ.
We did the ungodly
does this mean
abomination
Overwatch
of Jetpack
is
Cat
back?
with Bastion Sentry Turret and Mercy Pocket.
Oh, nice, dude. Nice, dude.
We lost so bad. It was
of course.
We wasted so much time.
That's so
funny. We might have
funny.
played 3 games and we lost every single one of them. It was so much fun, but it didn't pan out.
That's what matters. Once you finish the factions pass, you can swap to the other. Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, of course Rice would know. He's probably finished it by now.
Oh, that's what Amputate said. Amputate's one of our newer members. Yeah, they're really cool. So,
Hook, have you gotten the Xbox Game Pass benefits for this stuff?
I cancelled it, bro. It's too expensive for me, bro. I cancelled it. I've got until the 6th of March before I run out my Xbox Game Pass.
Even if you just have the essential, you still get the stuff.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine, man. For some reason, I need to move. I'm not new. I'm just a mega lurker. That's fine. Nothing wrong with being a mega lurker, bro. I'm just trying to find where is the sound alert stuff. I can't move it. I'm just gonna replay. No, I can't. For some reason, I can't do my thing.
Lizard, lizard.
I can't move it.
Lizard.
Why can't I move it? It's locked in place. Oh, you know why? I locked it. That's why. Sorry, what? Sorry, Z.
Yeah, that might be why you can't move it.
Maybe, yeah. All right, cool. All right, I reckon we open up a loot box, see how we go, and then we'll play a game. Purple, awesome.
Hey, let's see the loot box. Come on, legendary.
Hydrate. Thank you.
All epic.
Yeah, just that. I just got that, and that's it. Hey, Tez. Hey, go on, Tez.
Yeah. Hi, Tez.
We got these things again. I heard what happened, Tez. Congratulations. I hope things go well for you guys. I hope you have a great time, dude. So we got these ones.
I'm playing Mizuki.
Nice, bro. The shop looks... Oh my god, love the art. The art's so pretty. Oh my god. I have to fix the Tangier afterwards. I don't know why the Tangier is not picturing properly. I don't know why it's not what's happening with Tangier. Do I have to refresh it? Refresh it.
I don't use Tangier.
I'm gonna have to re-add it maybe, just because I want to like re-add it in case people want to do stuff to it. Tangier. I might have to reapply it maybe, but it looks pretty though. I like it. They look really nice. They've got their own colors and like their little art things. It's so pretty. I love that. That's so cool. I reckon we should play Z, because how long do we have you for here? No, Z, Mantis. Mantis.
I might be able to get a second game in. If we queue now, I might be able to get a second game in.
Oh, this looks so good. What the hell, bro? This looks sick. Oh my god. This is what it looks like now.
Oh, wait. It looks fine until you click on something down at the bottom and then you exit out.
To go quick play. Okay, I'm gonna be tank.
Yeah.
And you'll be support. This looks alright. I don't mind this. This looks alright.
Yeah, I like it.
So it's very different, very different. Oh
yeah. So wow. Go to the shop, Hook, and like click on something click on a bundle down towards the bottom.
Yeah.
And then press and then exit back, and then you'll see the big glaring problem.
Which part?
Oh, on the on sale. I know it works for sure on the on sale area.
Oh, so on sale. Nothing here.
Yeah, Scott.
That's cool. Oh yeah. These are pretty decent. Hey, it's most hog. Whoa, I got these skins here.
Yeah, so so open a bundle and then exit the bundle is what I'm talking about.
Yep. Now what?
Exit. It's such a minuscule thing, but like having to scroll all the way down is just not really annoying.
I don't understand the problem. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even
As a
kidding.
controller player, where you have to when you have to scroll through everything individually.
Yeah, I think Mum Spaghetti can relate to that because he's an Xbox boy. He loves Xbox. Mum Spaghetti.
Surely this other support plays Jetpack Cat and not my goat.
Surely not. It's fine though.
There we go.
The hell was that?
Don't you dare type in chat saying, "Can I play Mizuki?"
Imagine, that'd be so funny. This is cool. Oh, so here we go. Interior are the 4 these ones here, and the Roadhog counts as a bruiser. Stalwart is the characters here. Specialists are these.
Stalwart.
Recon, sharpshooters, flanker. Dude, they were so close having a C there instead. Tactician.
Where are you? You haven't chosen yet.
Oh, sorry. On my way now. This is cool. I like this. We'll go to team chat in case we hear anyone in here. This is so cool. I love this. Good luck, have fun, boys.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mantis.
We all play well. So this new character,
Hey, check
Mizuki,
this
that's
out.
sick. Yeah, what?
Check this out. Turn around.
Oh, that's so cool. That's actually neat. I love that. Thank you, Cruzo, for the hello. Hope you had a good night so far.
No! Cherry!
Cherry, no, Cherry! Whoa! Damn! Wow! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Alright, there's Ashka name.
Yeah. So it's like this. Okay. That's okay. Interesting. Do you need to swap class? Really? You think so? Kuzo, no. Nah, man, so close.
My primary fight, it ricochets. It ricochets.
Yeah, there's 5 new characters. We got Mizuki right here. He's like a ninja, same area as Hanzo and Genji. And we got a flying cat, which is dead. A dead cat.
Live, Hook, live.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, 5 new characters in one city.
Cruzo!
No, Cruzo! Yeah, jetpack cats, they're cool. Haha.
Oh my god, you just exploded.
You get used to that. So yeah, for whoever wants to join, Amputate and Taz and Kayla, you guys are more than welcome to join. Probably Z as well and Rice, so you guys are more than welcome to join.
We lost a fridge today.
Hope not. Do you have insurance on the fridge?
No, because I can't. Because we kind of just killed the fridge.
Ah, Naruhodo.
My insurance doesn't cover us.
Oh, why not? That's a bit silly. Oh yeah, hello. Ooh,
Oh, my controller battery's
lovely,
over. That is
lovely
not
hook,
good.
lovely hook. Oh yeah. These guys are silly. They're so silly.
We're off to a strong start.
I mean, yeah, it's all good. We're doing
Hawk, I
very well.
present to you the cube. Turn around.
Oh, that's sick.
The cube.
Oh.
I've had this on every character since season 1.
Oh, that's
I don't
actually
know
really
what
cool.
it is, but I like the cube.
That's actually so funny. I got odd, by the way, guys. Ash is almost dead, by the way. Ash is almost dead. Nah, it's alright.
Back.
Yeah, all good. Watch out for... Oh, here we go, it's fine. Oh, Naruto
No, as in I can teleport. I fly now.
Nice.
I'm on the floor again.
Rip a piece, jetpack cats. No.
Yeah. We have a flying armor.
That's fine. He's dead. Alright, what's happening over here?
Oh yeah, by the way, that's
so
the thing now,
funny.
Hook. You can be stolen.
I mean, they
I've
failed
been
to
thrown
do
off the
so.
map once or twice.
They couldn't even. I was too fat to be carried. I was too fat. I was too fat to be carried. That's so funny. Oh, that's hilarious. This guy's so silly.
Nicely done, Hook. Oh, but yes.
Good ability. Well done, ability. I love the ability, how they can revive themselves. Well done. No, Bob's here. Oh, shit. That's alright.
Bob McDonald had a farm.
E-I-E-I-O. That's alright. Oh, nice.
You know
Good job,
what?
Ash.
I was gonna go this direction, but I think I might just turn around.
Might be
now.
better off just in case, eh? Wise choice, bro. Wise choice. You know what? First game of the game. You know what we're gonna
Guys,
do?
they fly now. They fly now.
You know what time is it for Mantis? You know what time for it?
Whole hog?
No, Ryan. Ryan. We got Ryan Hearts.
Yes.
Yo, bye. Nice, thank you. 1, 2, a healer is throwing. I hope this sounds okay, by the way.
Yeah, sounds fun. I can hear you well.
Thank you. We got, what's the name? Ryan? Freya? No.
Ryan.
No. The firebender.
Unrun.
Sorry, yeah, Unrun. Unrun's in front. Oh, hello.
He flies now.
Yeah, that's fine.
No.
Oh, that's alright. That's fine. How much to like add it to the thing though? How much to add it though? Hit Tangia, no setting. Is it manage account? I need to figure out how to add into it.
Okay.
That's alright.
That was an interesting. This Ash is actually cooking.
It'd be like that.
It be.
Yeah, it did be like that.
Where is everyone?
I'm here.
Well, no one else is.
That's alright, that's fine. It's alright. Sub extension, no. I just need the overlay. Can I have the overlay, please?
I'm in the...
Why can't I not have the overlay? I got ult.
Bob, no.
No, Mantis, no. That's so funny.
I don't think Tez has played Overwatch for a while, judging by that message.
Your return? No worries, dude. No, yeah, Tez doesn't play Overwatch that much anymore. Ha. Yeah. Hey, Lochi, how are you, Lochi? Whee! Thank you.
Hog!
How are you, Lochi? How you going, bro? Alright, let's try this again. Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out. Need healing, need healing, need healing. I'm good, bro, I'm good. Whee! Bye! Oh, that's right, I forgot that they're my counter. Why is it not working? It's just not showing at all. I just don't understand why it's not showing. It's pretty cool. It's pretty nifty. This is my first game, so I just started. I'm just focusing on my overlay on stream.
Oh no.
That's fine.
I got punched by a fridge.
That's fine.
It
That's
appears
right.
the fridge's weight was more powerful than my skull.
It'd be like that.
It do be.
You're playing Ryan?
it do
Yeah.
be.
First game, I have to do the honors for the big man himself, who will never be playing this
Big
game ever
audio one.
again. Yep. I mean, he'll probably play Overwatch
Oh,
again.
hello.
Oh, Ryan. Good job.
We might have a Bob problem in a second.
That's fine.
Ah!
It's fine.
Alright, never mind. Bob's dead.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, it's okay. No, I'm too big. The fuck? Ash is here. Ash is gone. Anna over there.
Ash is gone.
Yeah, they're gone. That's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's Mantis Lochi. Do you remember Mantis Lochi?
I'm pretty confident Lochi would remember me.
Yeah. There's a flying Anna.
Yeah. Get in line.
Oh, yeah. That's alright. That's alright. Good freeze, good freeze. You don't remember Mantis, Lochi? I thought you know Mantis.
Lochi's just playing.
Is he playing Overwatch, I hope? Who's that weirdo? That's so mean. Oh my god. We're doing good, we're doing good. You don't know who that is? Are you being serious? That's alright.
My ult's on the other side of the map.
That's
that
funny.
Did not go...
That's so funny.
It appears I have been stolen, and my map is now on the other side.
Oh my god, dude.
No.
Where is my thing? Where is, like, I don't understand, like, where is the setup? Setup extension, but why is it on here, though? GG, what play?
Yeah, watch this. This Grungos actually cooked here.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, no, this is a different clip.
Oh, yeah.
How is that?
Not too sure, brother. I might have to remove it, and re-add it into it, I feel.
Yeah. I don't know how that got play of the game. I saw the Grungoose got a triple headshot.
I'm not too sure, dude. You'll be out of settings. Go to profile, sign out. I just don't understand how this works.
I think that I do feel that the legendary loot boxes should always be free tiers in the battle pass because yeah.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah.
The loot boxes in general should just be the frees. Should always be free, but not like not replace it, but sort of have it as a second thing or a third if there's already two on a tier.
I get you. Yeah. I even to add this again. Like, I forgot how I add this.
Oh, what did I unlock for Mizuki? I unlocked a voice line.
I do not understand how this works. That's fine. What? Oh my god. You just don't take much notice of those people. So funny. This is really bugging me. This is bugging me so much. Let's gamble. No, let's go Atlas. Yeah, this is bugging me. I want to fix my Tangy overlay, but for some reason it's not showing anything. I don't understand. Like, let's just... Yeah, oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, I'd love to, bro. So that one works.
Oh, I need to lock in Mizuki.
Copy. Scene. Delete Tangier here and add Tangier again. And then we got him. Why is it so zoomed in? It's so zoomed in. That's fine. We got our thing back. Good day, boys. How are we today? Going.
I think it's just us.
That's fine. That's alright. Hello, boys. How you going?
Oh yeah, Hook. Look at my hello animation.
Sure.
Like, they definitely took the liberty of this. I tipped my hat.
You took the fedora off the mid-lady. That's so cool. I love that. That's actually sick.
They put. I love Mizuki so much.
That's
I also got
cool.
the cute. I also got the cute spray my first game on.
Oh, good job, bro. Nasty.
I still have no idea what that achievement was for. I just got it.
You should be able to read it in your accomplishments areas on your profile.
Yeah, but I'm too lazy to go read that.
I mean, you're not wrong. Ryan, that's here. There's a soldier here, by the way, too. Watch out for soldier.
Hook, Venture.
Damn.
Oh my god, Venture's so low.
That's fine.
Oh yeah, I have noticed a problem with Domina.
What's up?
She has a passive that using an ability on a shield health. It actually gives you your shield health back.
Oh, I think I remember seeing that, I think, yeah.
But the problem is that it works on shields. Like Reinhardt shield, Domina shield. So if you just throw your thing, if you just use an ability on an enemy shield, you just get basically your entire HP back.
Oh yeah. They got a lot of damage on us.
Yeah, but I'm healing. At least I think I am.
Yeah.
Venture.
Venture's almost dead.
Got him.
I just can't heal, that's all. That's alright. Anna
Oh
got me
yeah,
there.
no, yeah.
Yeah, Anna,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay,
Anna's my counter. I'm back over now.
I'm dead.
That's alright.
Mercy.
You guys should probably come back, to be honest. You guys
You're
capturing it?
safe. Do not. Stop running away. I can't throw my hat to you if you run off.
A soldier butt, by the way, too. Ah, that's alright. I might just back up, maybe, just in case. Thank you. No! Why did you block that? What the fuck?
Because I'm bad.
Nah, that's fine, dude. Nah, that's fine, dude. I don't care. I'm still having fun, dude.
Let's toss the hat. Hook.
What's up?
Hook. My anxiety.
It's fine, dude. That's alright, dude. I got ult.
Shh. Be quiet. We can sneak past them.
Ooh, lovely hooky.
Alright, I'm going to sneak past here.
Yep. That's alright. You sneak past is fine. Are you kidding me?
I survived that. Oh, there's no way. We both survived that.
But not the Reinhardt.
So what happened? I used my teleport to
Good job, bro. Well
negate
done.
that entire thing.
That's awesome. Good job, bro.
The best part about it is that I was actually going off the map with you.
That's so funny. Good job, bro. That was hilarious. Ah, finally. Alright, let's keep catching point.
Also, Hook, do you see my blades are actually ricocheting?
No, I don't see, sorry.
We'll get into a room later. See if that...
Oh, I'm hearing the PlayStation opening. Bye. Why am I hearing the PlayStation opening?
You might be going crazy.
No, I'm playing random music. Nice.
Oh, okay. That wasn't much of a problem.
Not much, eh? That was so easy.
That venture had me concerned for a second.
No, the Reinhardt still, to this day, from what happened to before the charge did nothing for us.
Oh yeah, bro must be so mad. He got all of us off, and he got us both off, and we survived.
Ah, now you got me off. All your life almost fell off. That's so funny.
Why did it take longer for your name to show up there? You would have died first.
Not too sure, dude. Not too sure. Not that deep. Almost there, almost there. Almost there, almost there. We got this, we got this, we got this. Easy.
I got 5 strikes.
Nice.
Bleh, etc, etc. Man, I'm dead.
Oh, lovely. Nice. I'm just gonna back up a bit, maybe, just in case.
Pat 1.
Yeah, maybe just back up a bit, maybe, just in case, yeah. Oh, so close, dude. That's alright. Let's try that again. Ah, it's alright. Yeah, they might cap this, eh? There's a lot of them here. It's hard to read.
No.
Man, that my actual mic stand was blocking my abilities. Oh, the actual... Dude, they moved the status of your PC and stuff at the bottom left of the screen.
Oh wait, yeah, I see that. I see that. Why not? That's.
It was so easier to read at the top there.
Yeah. Now that's just one of those
guys.
things that's like, why did they change that? Why did they change that? They just changed it for the sake of changing it.
I mean, there could be a number of reasons. We just don't know. We don't know that for sure, dude. I'm just more concerned about me able to like read how much bullets I have and everything like that.
Hook Sanifer.
Oh, better than the other one.
Hook Sanifer.
Better than the other one. I accidentally typed in almost and published it.
Oh yeah, that was a funny day.
Oh, dude, I was shitting myself. And a
Bro,
Twitch
you look
streamer,
traumatized.
Dude, a Twitch streamer
You
called
look
it
so
out.
traumatized when
A
that
Twitch
happened.
streamer called it out, saying that sounds like a slur. It was so funny.
That reminds me of That reminds me of an old Doctor Who GIF. I gotta find.
A TV like that.
Instead of the word Snickers, as in like laughing.
Yeah.
It was a different
Yeah,
word.
I get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean. It'd be like that.
Oh wait, we captured. I thought we
We did.
that.
Yeah, we did. It's okay. Dude, I'm flanking a lot more often thanks to me playing Valorant. Oh my god, that hook was good. Oh, that hook was amazing.
Did you get him?
Yeah, I got him. I got Mizuki, brother. Oh, so close too. Thank you guys. We appreciate it.
No!
Nah, it's fun.
Hammers hurt.
Yeah, maybe
Is this
like
what
that.
I did to people on COD Is that what I did to people on COD that one day?
Probably, yeah, man.
Actually, it was a very long day.
Here. We have to get Wafflenator here. I swear to God, bro.
Wait, is Waffle on?
He's got on Overwatch. I'm gonna ask him if he wants to join.
Do I have Waffle added? No, I actually don't have Waffle added. Hook!
I don't care.
I know, but we both kind of...
That's fun. We got this back anyway. We can get this back.
Yes, we can. It's only counting upwards.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh yeah, Hook. Look at the wall here. Look at the wall here.
What? Well, I do know where you are.
Never...
Yeah, I'm here, yeah. Yeah, hello.
Alright. We're kind of... losing... Yeah, so look at the wall. Never mind. Look at the wall. My things bounce off the wall.
Oh, that's actually really cool, actually. That's actually really neat. That's neat. They got really good defense here. Oh, I forgot. What's Mizuki's, what do you call it, by the way? What's Mizuki's, ultimate?
Reverse Malga Cage that does healing.
Oh, Naruhodo. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for the boost, Mercy. Wafflenator's going to join, by the way. There's no way. Dude, I get a message, and yet I lose my full screen on my game. Windows full screen sucks. So can you see my stream? My tab is showing because I got a message from a friend. I hate that. I actually don't like that. No worries, Waffle. How are you, dude?
Blech. Hello, Waffle.
That prediction. Oh my god, that prediction. I wasn't even thinking.
Oh, wait, I got revived. I wasn't even looking. I was reading
nice,
chat.
dude. Oh, I speak to talking like a true Twitch streamer. I was reading the chat, brother. Oh, so close, Ryan. So close, Ryan.
How did I die? I was at max HP.
Not too sure. No worries, Waffle. How are you, Waffle? You've been doing good, Waffle, I hope. So close. That's so funny.
We've got this. We've got this. We can make this go another round.
Even if we don't, it doesn't matter, dude. It's fine. I'm starting fine.
Mercy, no.
Like I said, I'm far too casual to be competitive anymore, I feel. That's my problem. I try my best, of course, but I don't care we win or lose. Which is so sad.
I'm a very objective focused player.
Fucking hell. This popped up on my screen because I got a message from Wafflenator and it was continuously popping up like that. Dude, that's actually irritating. Because I want to go on 2 different screens at the same time, but if I want to go full screen, I have to minimize this whole game. That's so annoying.
Oh yeah, Hook, listen to this voice line. Listen to this voice line.
I can... Not too sure that says sorry, dude.
You're starting to annoy me.
Oh, that's so funny. They got new voice lines now, don't they? For that particular stuff now when you get revived. Oh, so close. That's alright. I got ult, by the way. Dude, once again,
you got
my mic bar just kept on blocking my abilities. Holy shit, dude. Am I too close? Or is my microphone stand far too close for me to actually like talk properly? That's so irritating. I can just barely see it.
I don't think we get that one.
It's fine, who cares? Nice, not bad. 21-6, pretty good. Not bad at all. GG's, boys, well played.
No.
We all played well, that was good. Alright, Wafflenator's gonna join us now. GG's. Was that your last game now, Mantis? They know where Mantis is. Oh, is that your last game, Mantis?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go now.
That's fine,
Tell
dude.
Waffle I said hi.
Will do, will do. You hear that, Wafflenator? Mantis says hi. I'm gonna go on the Discord call so it'll be easier for Wafflenator and I to talk.
One day, Waffle, I'll get a game in with you. One day.
One day. My chair is sinking heavily.
PAX Oz this year. Cheers to that.
Cheers to that, bro. Dude, holy shit. I hate this.
Give me a drink.
Dude, my fucking $800 7-year-old chair keeps sinking.
Oh, wait, I need to go. I'll be in chat. See ya.
That's fine. Bro, say bye. Say bye. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, I just realized we need to like get Wafflenator here. Hang on. Waffle, where are you, Waffle? Waffle, amputates here, competitive in a game. Where's Wafflenator? Where are you, Waffle? Where are you, Waffle? Where are you, dude? I didn't know where Waffle is. Did you go on a game, Waffle, already? I'm so confused. Where's Wafflenator? Why is this music still so bloody loud? It's so loud. I don't understand why it's so loud, so... Where is Wafflenator? I don't understand. Where is he? Oh, that's kind of nice. Oh, he's in a game. Ah, okay. Let's watch Wafflenator. See how he plays. Let's see how the Wafflenator himself plays his games. Is he even playing? I should go in voice acting because of how good my streams can be. That's kind of funny, actually. Shout out to the Kuzo scream at the start. Oh my god, right? Discord, there we go. All right, who's Waffle now playing? Oh, he's playing the new hero. Okay, I really want to see what this hero's all about. Good games, Mantis, by the way. Good games, brother. Can I see different perspective? I can't. Really? You can't change? That's all good. It's all good. No worries, dude. No worries, dude. It was very fun. Very fun. We'll go to reaction. Yeah, it was, dude, it was. So this is Waffle they are playing right now. This is the new hero. A lot of people say this guy's very boring. He has a Bastion gun. He basically is like a Call of Duty player. It definitely is a Bastion gun. I like how you can do that though. That's really cool. I like that. That's pretty neat. Looks pretty cool. He's still waiting to come by. Like, I have 2 weeks left to work. I mean, money's getting pretty bad right now, Mantis. I'm sorry to say. But I have to see how I go, bro, because it's getting a bit worrying right now because I'm a casual. I'm not getting much money, so I don't think I'll be able to afford it. I'm sorry, Mantis. I'll see how it go in a week or two. In a week, and I'll see how I go. But I don't think I will be able to. I'm sorry, dude. GG's well played. Yes, sir, Mantis. Just have to let you know that, Mantis. GG, well played. We all played well. I can't even enjoy it. I can't even play enjoying it. That's so funny. Oh, that's huge. 3K. That's kind of cool, actually. Nice. Well done. Well done. Oh my god, am I in the game? Oh my god, I remember doing this on Xbox. Is Waffle even here? Waffle, where are you, dude? Is he here? Zom's playing Waffle. Here we go. Invite the group. Yeah, Waffle's here. Yo. Yo, Waffle, how are we, dude? How you going, man?
Hey, mate. How's it going?
Doing awesome, mate. How about yourself?
Pretty good. Thanks for the invite, mate.
No, it's fine. As soon as I saw you in, I'm like, yes, I want to play with Wafflenator.
Legend. Hell yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Always better having a bit of fun with someone else.
For sure, dude. For sure. I'm not too sure who else is going to be joining us. I think I've seen some people playing the game, but we'll see what happens. I've already got the Overwatch Twitch ping on my server, so whoever wants to join us afterwards is more than welcome to join us, but we're all good to play. I want to quickly look at the Battle Pass, if that's okay, Wafflenator. Have you seen the Battle Pass yet?
That's fine. Oh, I have. Good skins. Did you want to play quick play or comp? Because I haven't done any comp placements yet.
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm looking at the Vendetta black and red skin, the Gladiator skin. Her
It's
sword
a good
looks
skin.
sick. Dude, you know why I love it? Because it's black and red, and that's my Twitch color. That's the only reason why I like it.
Have you seen the, like, you know, they got the Space Nebula thing from last year's?
Yes.
Have you seen the new red one? Like, they call it Red Wolf or something?
No. Is this in the Battle Pass as well?
No, that's the new weapon for, like, the
oh wait, whoa! Oh my god, I need to see that on Hog. I need to see that on Hog. Weapon charm. Oh my god, it looks so silly. It looks so silly.
It's sick.
It looks so silly. It's like it's a 3D Talon. That's so funny.
Yeah.
That's so funny. I got no Jade, so I can't be able to get anything like that. Oh, that looks cool. That looks silly. It looks so silly.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
I think on some weapons that's going to look great, like that sword, for example.
Yeah. I'm going to ask my mate, Socks Meats, if they want to join us in a few quick plays. If they want to go for a quick play.
Quick play might be better tonight. This is a suggestion because I don't.
Oh
think
yeah. Oh,
dude.
Oh yeah. It's going to be very Yeah, I don't know.
All over the place.
Oh yeah, these new players and new like wild people and everything like that. It'd be like that for these new kind of games.
Yeah.
I love the jetpack cat, the military thing. That's so cool.
Cat is great.
Yeah, that's really cool. It's not bad for $15 though. Not bad. That's a good skin as well for Mizuki as well. I like how casual that looks. I love his weapon. His weapon is actually sick. Wow.
Like hook blade thingies.
Exactly.
He flings them.
Yeah, apparently they ricochet off the wall apparently too. And of course, the Hello Kitty. Oh, that's adorable. I love it. That's so cute. It does.
Kawaii Skin's gonna get all the Weebos.
My big thing I love about this whole thing is, I love how Lucio has an actual skin after all this time. Thank God Lucio's got an actual skin. It's mental. I can't believe how long it's been. I can't believe how long it's been. Also, Mantis says hello, Waffle, by the way.
Hello, Mantis. How you doing, mate?
So, let's do a bit of a shout out to Wafflenator. I do miss you, buddy, every day, bro. I love you so much, Waffle.
Oh, same,
Always
mate.
shout out to you every time, dude. Shout out Wafflenator in the chat. Love you so much, bro.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Nah, it's all good, bro. Honestly, I want to see what random clips you have on here, bro. I want to see what random clips you have here. Oh no, it has to be so and then at Wafflenator. I think. Oh, that. What the hell? Hang on. There's an actual. No way. Slash.
Yeah, that's the one I use. Slash shout out. That works.
No,
That's the standard one.
there's another one I do though.
Oh, that's probably one from your iPod or something.
Oh, I forgot how it works. Want to play with you? Yeah, man, just want to play with you, Wafflenator. Here we go. It was exclamation mark so Wafflenator. There we go. All right, we got this Frosty tool. Varied and entertaining.
Thank you.
Don't miss the epic UCS Enterprise build and occasional forays of FPS madness. It's a recipe to fun that you won't
because the other team had a Reaper, but I was Reaper. And then there was some Kiriko said, "Oh my God, Reaper, you killed me!" And I was thinking,
2 weeks off.
Oh fuck! Did I get over enthusiastic? Did I go
20
right
hours
into their spawn, and then Kiriko followed me to keep me alive, and then they died because of my stupidity? Did that happen?
What is that clip? I can't tell what that clip is.
So pretty much every time I do a shout out to someone, like a Twitch streamer friend, for example, like you, I will shout them out and it plays a random clip from their entire channel, a random clip.
That is kind of cool.
Yes, it's a nice thing. How embarrassed is the person who I shout out to because it might be a controversial clip, which makes it even more hilarious. Dude, Socksme's gonna join us! Socksme's joining us! Yeah. Wanna...
Cool, let's go.
How long you reckon?
3-0.
6, 7? 6, 7.
Do you want to queue us up for a game now?
Oh, yeah. Hang on a second. Wanna play after we play a quick play match? Or would you want to play now? Alright, I'm just gonna make sure because I love Socksmeat. They're so funny. They're so cool. They're very, very chilled. Also, a community member of mine, I'm not sure if I should be mentioning this out loud, but I'm very proud of them. Oh, hang on. Maybe after this comp game, maybe 10 minutes? Sure. Okay, Waffle, we're gonna sweat in this quick play. We're gonna sweat in this quick play. We're gonna sweat it. Let's do it. What
else are you supposed to do apart from sweating quick play?
Exactly, bro. Well, I'm sweating right now because I'm wearing my official original jacket of Hook Sniffer. Oh, I got a new follow. Thanks for the follow. Thank you, Scotty.
Thanks for the new follow.
Thank you for the new follow. I appreciate that. Hello. Thank you for the follow. How do I even pronounce your name? Socialatlis? Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. All right, so you're being DPS and I'll be tank. All right, bet.
That works? Cool.
Yeah. Hello, thank you for the new follow. How are we today? Hope you're doing fantastic today. We need the best tank. I mean, yeah, I don't need to toot my own horn, but I have some crazy moments of me playing Roadhog because that's who I am. 2 words. Aha, Scotty Atlas. That's a cool name. The cat has been on my nerves, brother. Dude, you what you do? Reload the shotgun and kill them.
Yes, the cat is annoying.
I've killed the cat a few times. I killed the cat a few times on as Roadhog. I hooked the cat with Mantis. They can vouch for me.
One of the perks for cat is you can actually boot people with the dash. So I actually got someone on Lijiang yesterday with that.
Yeah.
Like all the tank and all that were coming across the bridge, and I just went headbutt. Like,
that's actually sick. I love that. All right, Scotty. I'm gonna call you Scotty from now on. Scotty, what tank should I play, Scotty? Normally for me, it's Roadhog. That is my go-to, is Roadhog. But Scotty, choose my tank, brother. You reckon it should be? Which tank should I be? Either be Diva, Doomfist, Winston, Wrecking Ball, Malgar, Orisa, Hog, Zaya. This new chick is annoying. Love some Zaya. Okay, we'll do Zaya then. I like a bit of Zaya. She's awesome. I like Zaya. I tried getting her to be... Yeah. Oh my god, you know what's my favorite thing I love about the Russian... You know the Russian joke, right? Like, in Russia, you know, like that kind of thing?
In Soviet Russia.
Yeah, exactly.
Thing does things.
My favorite one that I'd love doing so much is, in Soviet Russia, the women fuck you.
I think Zarya kind of fits that
yeah, literally.
archetype.
Ooh, what's happening here? There's fire happening. Oh, there's a guy here. There's a guy here. There's a maid doing here. That's so cute. Oh, that's so great. I love that. Oh, I might die here. So that's a new tank right there. Oh, Naruhodo there. That's cool. Oh, that's the shield. The shield's there. Oh, no. I have no shield for you. No, Waffle. I'm so sorry, Waffle.
Oh, that's no way there. I got walled off. That's on me.
Yeah. Oh, no. Should we go team chat, by the way? Just make sure people are here.
It's up to you. I'll just go where you go.
No, okay, all good. Okay, by the way, I love the shield because you can break one particular area and you can still get the people there. That's so cool. Juno. The tank's almost done. I forgot her name. It's her name Giovanni because she gives me a Giovanni kind of vibe. No, I might die here. Nah, that's right. All right, I'm going to go team chat. My bad, boys. My bad. Let's regroup. That's okay. Oh my god. Is that true? Oh my god, that's crazy. Hello. Yeah, dude. Might back up a little bit, maybe. See how we go. Literally, bro. Welcome, Waffle. How are we, Waffle?
Hello.
How are we today? Hello. Oh, Waffle, I have to ask you. Speaking of the funnies and the memes, have you seen the new Markiplier 𝐈𝐌𝐏𝐻𝐑𝐓 movie yet?
Oh, I've heard it's really good.
I've seen it twice. I want to see it for the third time. I'm not even kidding. It's amazing. It's actually so good.
That's good.
The only thing I'm a bit sad about is when you first watch it, it's Markiplier in a submarine for like the first 10-20 minutes, and it gets a bit hard to like get over that effect of it. But after time though, you do love and appreciate the character that Markiplier does play as. That's the thing though. The bit of a warning: if you were to watch 𝐈𝐌𝐿, be prepared to have a bit of like a weird feeling of like, this guy is Markiplier. This is a weird thing to see on movie theater. Oh.
I'm kind of like, I've never seen Markiplier really on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not
watching
for this, but I am really happy to see like an actual YouTuber have such a success.
Dude, he shook Hollywood.
Really cool.
He shook Hollywood. Oh my goodness.
Well, that's how you do it.
They took him off the billboards a few times, apparently. Hollywood, like the actual top grossing thing. 𝐈𝐌𝐿 was taken off the list a few times.
What?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, the 𝐈𝐿 was taken off the actual top 3 grossing movies for a while, apparently, for a couple of days. Markiplier did a call saying, "Hey, where's 𝐈𝐿?" It was really interesting.
They just took it off because they were getting salty or something.
Seems like it. Hollywood got mad. They took 𝐈𝐿 off the box office website. Yeah, that's what I said, Mantis. That's what I said. Yeah.
That is lame.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Markiplier didn't mind. He was like, yeah, that's fine. Oh, so sorry, dude.
That's right. I got the Genji at least.
Yeah. My beard is older than you. Nerf J. How are you, Nerfus J? How are you, dude? Alright. Here we go. Oh, no. Yeah, you're okay. Nah. I feel like there's a lot of damage right here. Okay, where are we at? Oh, we haven't even finished the first round yet. Haven't even finished yet. Just...
It's comp, so...
No, this is quick play.
So it's quick play.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. My brain mates aren't braining very well today.
Hope your game's going great. This new update's so fun. It is, isn't it, Nerf this Jay? Yeah. I hope you're doing well, Jay, by the way. I haven't seen you for a hot minute. Not even a ranked game. Yeah, Mantis. Thank you, Mantis, for clearing it up. Thank you. No, that's okay. Mantis has asked Wafflenator, have you got your stream sorted yet?
Yes, I have.
That's good. That's good. What was the problem?
Oh, it was the Windows update bricked my laptop that I streamed
Oh my
from.
god, really? Yeah, Microsoft's been going crazy.
There was like 3 separate fuck-ups in January. It was pretty bad.
Jesus. Yeah, apparently all the Windows new stuff is getting pretty crazy right now, apparently. Oh my god.
Cat.
That's so funny. The cat's quick as well. The cat's very, very quick.
It is. It's like, whoa,
yeah,
cat.
literally, yeah. GG's, boys. Well played. Alright, okay. Hey, Socks, how are you? Do you want to do a stream collab? Dude, okay, Wafflenator, please tell me how to stop this from happening. I'm on full screen window, so I can go back and forth from my game onto my OBS. Every time I get a message on the game, the BattleNet icon pops up the bottom of my desktop and gets out of my Windows full screen mode. Like, as you can see on my stream right now, this is permanently like that now because I got a message from Socksmeet. How do I fix that?
Are you in borderless windowed mode?
I think I am, but I want to go.
I don't get that.
Really? Oh, okay. You don't get that? Gameplay.
No, like it
doesn't come up with like that. Okay. Let me just invite Socksmeet first. Oh, we need to get out. Quick. Wait, we need to get out of the thing. Cancel. Okay, hang on. So sorry. So Socksmeet. I'm just on windowed. Okay. All right. We'll see what happens though. Sock. Invite the group. Hey, Ruspin. How are you, Ruspin? Russaroonie. Okay, so where do I have to go, Waffle?
Try going. I don't know if this is actually it, but if you just go to your menu and then go options, general, and then just see if you're in display mode.
I'm in borderless window. I'm in borderless window. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Ruspin, you could join. Ruspin, you could join.
Yeah, that was all I could think of.
That's bizarre. I don't know why it does that. You make it now.
Hello.
No, hey, how you going, Socks? Hello. How are you, brother? How you going, man? We gotta invite another
Hello.
person, and then we'll have a full squad. How are you, dude?
Okay, let me make sure that my stream is doing okay. One second.
Yeah, I'm making sure our stream is here as well. Seems like I'm back from the ad break. Oh, welcome back for the ad break, by the way. Don Quilme, welcome back for the ad break.
Well, are you hearing double audio? Am I free from the curse? Did Overwatch 1 complete my curse?
We're not collab, by the way, of our chat, by the way, so I can't read your chat either. That's me away. Waffle, how do we do that, Waffle?
I don't have a clue. Sorry.
That's okay. That's all right.
Very disorganized right now.
For some reason, Kayla's a master of doing this, so she can go on straight away when I collaborate with Kayla Wu. How do we do it? Because I want copy camera, no.
No double audio, sick.
Awesome. So hang on. So Socks, how do we join our chats together?
So I think because I knocked on you, I think I have to do it. But when I get the pop-up, it doesn't let me.
What if I knock you, bro?
You're gonna knock me?
Dude, no. So I'm
sorry, I can't be a much help. I've spent about like 8 hours today working on liquor license registration form development, so I'm of about 5 hours.
You're so right. Let me
unlock. Yeah, unlock. Take the pill. Take the pill.
They're gonna let me? I don't think it's gonna let me. Hold on. You knock on me. Does that work?
You can join the stream. No,
yeah.
Nothing here. Notify me, guess? No. Hang on, nothing here. Sorry, guys. Technical issues. Give us 1 second. Sorry, guys. Whoever is listening to this, just give us 1 second. I just want to get this quickly gone through. Chat. For some reason, I can't see it. Not giving me an option. Alright, I'm going back to your channel, and I'm going to knock on your stream.
Apparently, you're unavailable for me, so...
Yeah, I'm on the grind. I'm on the grind. I'm not available.
I forget where the settings are. But there is something where you can, like, blacklist or whitelist people.
Okay, I accepted it.
Could be that, maybe?
Yeah. So, alright, where do I go now with my one now? Where do I go?
It should give you a pop-up.
Yep, the pop-up's here. Yep.
Yeah, so in that you should be able to enable... There you go, share chat.
Dab.
See, my pop-up doesn't work. I don't know what it is. And I physically can't use it.
Is it because you smell? Could that be the reason why? Asking for a friend.
You're such a hater. You invited me here.
Out of the morbid curiosity.
That's true.
That is true. My apologies. Alright, I'm going to open up a loot box, and if we don't get a gold, I'll end stream. Damn it! Alrighty. Okay, so we got 3 people here. Are we able to join one more person, maybe, to get a full house? Maybe? Who else is online right now? Amputated.
Might as well just queue up for now.
Yeah, actually, yeah, we've been around here for a while. Yeah, good point. That's a good way of thinking, Waffle. Do a quick play. Just because we're all in the game, by the way, we're all 4 ways. I reckon it'd be safe to make it do... Yeah, Ricepin's got it. Can we please do all? It'd be so fun if we could do all. Just because it makes it more chaotic. If we want to. Is this an option? I just like doing that.
You want me to do all?
If that's okay, bro, because I think it'd be a funny gamble.
You want me to play tank?
Because it's funny.
I'm a diva one trick. We get a Zarya, we're cooked.
Not off that attitude.
You know what? Fair. That's valid. I can't fight that.
I mean, yeah, you can if you just lock in your gun.
No, I'm not like that.
Good. Oh, surely we got Colosino, Talon taking over. Dude. Bro. Oh my god, everyone's going Colosso. Dude, I feel like if I see Talon with Colosso...
You got 4 votes right there.
Literally.
All you need to do is just point... Happen will change.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, this Colosseum takeover from Talon reminds me of Dressrosa from One Piece, and Vendetta is Doflamingo. That looks so cool too. I love the red and black. That's why I love Talon. Talon, red and black. It's my color for being Hook Sniffer. I love it. It's good. All right, what's the gamble? Who I'm gonna be? Oh, I'm a healer.
It's hard to go wrong with red and black.
Oh, Rice Fits tank. Good job, Rice. So Wafflenator and Socks Meat are both that. So do I be Jetpack Cat and see how I go? It's gonna be so silly.
Just remember, she heals like Juno, so like you can shoot us to heal, and it's got like an AOE heal, like burst heal.
Easy. Whoa!
Sort of like Baptiste.
Oh, this is like flying a diva essentially. Oh, this is cool.
Okay, hit that.
What? You can go really high up with your teammates. So that's your bing bong. Shifting is jumping like that. It's like a pouncing kind of thing.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I think I get it. What's up, you right? What's up?
No, I was saying goodbye to the Mercy. She like flew away from me.
You get an excellent advantage up here, bro. Excellent advantage. How do I like go?
I can't see anyone. Take me to the people.
Okay, let's go. Let's see the people. Right here, let's go. Let's go. We're here. How do I let go of you? Sorry. I just got killed.
No, it's okay. I got one.
Oh, cheers, Mercy. Ah, it's alright. Mercy got knocked around. That's fine. I can see why Z likes this character. It's an interesting character. So that's your boost. Basically, that's a boost like Diva. Okay. Oh, the little cat paws is like the ammunition. That's so cute. That's actually really cute, actually. What the hell? No. Healing. Oh, So what does this do exactly? Like the little pouncing kind of thing. Whoa!
By the way, while you're playing cat, you shoot people to heal.
I tried doing it to the Mercy, but I couldn't for the Mercy. I literally couldn't heal anyone. Let's just run away. Let's run away. Let's run away.
You can heal me.
Yeah, there you
Look
go.
at me.
Let's run hot. That's alright, that's alright. Oh, watch out for Widow at the very back area. Thank you. Oh, we made door. Oh my god, we got knocked around.
That was rough.
Bro, we got batter-rammed.
Getting rolled.
That's fine. That's okay. Let's just try and shoot again. So, do we have any more healing options as well, or?
Aimbot? No.
No, like more healing ways of healing you guys besides the
so E. I believe it is.
Yep. My E is still charging.
Yes. So E heals.
Yeah.
And then you shoot to heal.
Okay, got you. I didn't know Pochka from One Punch Man got like a fucking Widowmaker main. Did not know that. Okay, I think this works. I feel. Beer. Oh, we got it back. Nice.
Two on top.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Wait, we're on the bridge.
I'm trying to heal Rise. Nah, I got hit by a Widowmaker. That's alright.
Wait, I don't know how I missed this. Thank you, Waffle, for the follow. How did I miss that?
Wow, you don't even read
That's
your
right.
chats.
Alerts.
What the hell?
No, I miss alerts, seriously.
Thank you for joining us, by the way, Socks and Rise. Thank you for joining. Come on. So I have to hit you guys, apparently, as well. Wait, whoa, no. No! Oh my god. That's alright. Nice. I'm gonna bite back. I've got ult, whatever my ult is again.
So you can dive and grab an enemy teammate.
Ah, got you.
And then you can
take them off the edge.
Not like the enemy, and then you can throw them off the map.
I'll try and do it after when I have no what you call it. That's right, yeah. That's alright. Oh, nice. Wait, no, that was our Ryan. I'm so sorry, Rice. I can try and get the Reinhardt, maybe? And like... Where was I going? Where was I going? Oh my god. That was so silly. That was so silly. Dude, they brought back the stupid Discord thing again. Control W. What? Control what? How do I get out of that? Control plus? Control plus.
I have no idea what you're on about there.
So Discord has a shortcut overlay. How you can just go onto random things straight away on like shortcuts on Discord while you're playing a game, and I hate it and I want to get rid of it. That was random. Oh my god. Are we all good to play another game? Alright. Cool. Alright. So what's the event? So the event is... Oh, we already done some already. Okay. Deal 8,000 amp damage.
You literally just play.
Oh, shit. Okay. Wait, why did it cancel it? Did it cancel it?
No.
Cancel what?
The queue.
It's still in the queue.
Oh, okay.
It's still in queue.
Okay. Oh, okay. For some reason...
It's moved up the top.
Oh, okay. For some reason it said play instead of searching. I don't know why. Lucio Overwatch. I'm so happy. Thank you, Don Quill, for mentioning that. I'm very happy that Lucio got an actual legendary skin with the collaboration Hello Kitty. I'm so happy that he got an actual skin again after all this time. About time.
The music changed. And the music changed for the first time ever since the Jazz skin. Whoa.
Wait, really? I did not know that.
Thank you for the follow, Respin. I appreciate.
Nice, thank you, Rice. We appreciate the follows. Thank you. Honestly, for those who do not know, Socksmead has been a long time like Twitch streamer mate of mine for quite a bit, and we always banter back and forth. We always try and catch up. We always try and catch up with stuff and everything like that. But yeah.
I feel like we're both like too busy. We stream at such different times.
Yeah, and I work a lot during the day, and I hit the gym in the morning, so I like have barely any time.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've been going to the gym quite a bit now, actually. I'm really happy with the results so far. It's pretty good, actually. Dude, I'm healer again.
Is the Hello Kitty skin?
I beg your pardon, sorry?
Do you have the Hello Kitty skin?
No, I'm not spending like $95.
Oh.
No, I'm okay.
It's crazy it's crazy you say that.
Did you hack my account and bought the Hello Kitty skin on my credit card again?
No, I was gonna say you should play Lucio for Quill.
Oh sure, yeah, why not? Oh, I got the Halloween skin for what you call it.
Do you like my skin?
Where are you, bro? Oh, it's so cute. Oh, dude, I love the like the buttons, the belt, cool. You got this
I know, and
well.
then the mythic weapon.
Yeah, is that the alien creature that's in your gun and you interact with it?
Yeah.
So cute.
What do we?
He sounded so concerned. Yeah. He sounded when he said that. Yeah.
No, I'm just as excited as you are.
Oh, nice. I could tell. Roadhog's here. We got Hoggy Boo over here, boys. We got Hoggy Boo.
Hey, a hot take.
Yeah, what's up?
Let's not peek the widow.
Yeah, I mean, we can if you want to. It's a free country. If you want to do it. It's up to you, bro. Let's run away.
This is why I said hot take.
Nah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of based, actually. I mean, I don't really particularly believe in that particular side of politics myself, but I do believe on the right wing that we should not let Widow peek us, I reckon.
Yeah, truth.
Treating peeking Widow like it's a political choice. No,
Lucio.
No, let's be Emmy.
You're Lucio.
Let's be
go
Emmy
fuck up that widow.
Let's be Emmy and just like literally call out saying, yeah, I don't want to go do political stuff. If you want to worry about that, get off the internet. Yeah, let's get hate by like that. That'd be funny. Hang on. No, whacked out my beatbox back there. What the hell? Where am I even going? Nice, dude.
I'm hiding.
Oh. Why is it always
Widow?
lock on? Kill Widow, yes. We'll try our very best to kill Widow. If I'm not stuck in the fucking wall. I keep getting stuck in the wall. Whee! Where are we? Where are they? Oh my god. Dude, it's the same team we versed last game. It's the same Widow.
Fucking Giga Sweat Widows.
That's fine. Who cares? It's fine. I don't take much attention to people.
I dodged just hook.
Oh, good job, bro. Hey, cool. We didn't get the widow, but we got the hog instead.
That's something.
There's Mizuki. Where's Mizuki? How's Mizuki work exactly?
Got him.
How's Mizuki work exactly?
Oh, she's up there.
Mizuki's got like a Kung Lao hat that heals.
Oh, okay. I getcha. Thank you for the ad break. Ah, there you are. Good job, bro. I died straight away. Okay, Wafflenator, I need to tell you something that us old heads will only know about this. Did you ever grow up on a YouTube series called Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge by Lil Karibo?
Dude, I didn't grow up on YouTube. I think you forget how old
Oh yeah, double kill.
True. It's like a very old...
You realize
YouTube
started when I was in my 20s, you realize that.
Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. That's very true. I thought you might know it because it's a parody series. It's like someone dubbed all the voices in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! For series and made up their own storyline.
Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge. I think my...
Hmm? Yeah.
Oh, I've been sniped.
Yeah? You what? Sorry?
I've been sniped.
Rip. But yeah, I was gonna say that Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge is still going after like all this time. The guy is still uploading episodes, which is really crazy to hear. I don't know how, but it's just cool. Bruh. But you got retired, by the way.
That was a hard watch, guys.
I tried to do it at the same time as a Junkrat. I want to boop onto the Riptide and destroy it. Whee! As you guys can't tell, I am a tank main only, which I have no clue how to be a healer. My record is 2,500 healing. I've never got anything over 3,000 healing before ever. And
the good thing about Lucio is you don't have to heal. Go fuck up that widow.
Yeah, mate, you don't have an idea how to be a tank either, so it's all good.
Jump on some balls.
Oh, sorry? Jump on some balls? Hang on, give me a second. Hang on.
Oh, look at him go.
Oh, look at me go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at me go.
Oh, yeah.
Look at me go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a suction cup man. Look at me go. I need to see this. Look at him go. Look at him go. Good shot, Widow. Good shot, Widow. Cannot wait to see that on TikTok. That's so silly. I love that. Let's try that again. Bam! Wait, no! No! Whee!
How dare you wall ride?
I don't have TikTok. That's so funny. Oh my god. I mean, that Widow plays pretty well. I would not be surprised if they do make a TikTok montage, because they have some pretty nasty kills from what we've seen in the last game we played before as well. What's that icon mean? Wee! Ah, wee! Wee! We're doing pretty okay so far. We're doing pretty okay.
Did a fun little spin around the payload?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I'll do that right now. Do it right now. GG.
I don't think you got that far.
Nah. All played well.
Oh, that was probably the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen.
It was so good. Is this my one? Was this my one? That's right, that faulty. No, it's not. Oh. Oh, it's me. I was here.
Oh dear.
That's so funny. Yeah. That's so funny.
That was a kill box right there.
Yeah, Lucio kind of sucks.
I just don't think you know how to play Lucio, eh?
I just don't care. I'm just playing. I only play characters and compare them on how fun they are to play. Not from skill or like how to play them. It's just enjoyment. That's why
Lucio is really fun to play once you learn how to get on a wall.
Okay, real question though. Are you autistic? Because if you're not, that explains a lot.
No.
That's why. I don't find him enjoyable because I'm autistic and I have ADHD. I just don't
No,
have
but people with ADHD love Lucio because there's so much happening.
He's boring. I don't like him. He's
I
boring.
can testify not because I've got ADHD and I've got ADHD and he bores me, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just, I don't know. It's, I don't know.
I like Bat Ninja's name.
Not much of a ninja. Yeah,
well, we don't know that.
I can imagine people enjoying the character. Yeah, I can enjoy them. Yeah. I mean, I still like Mercy, but I got over Mercy very... Am I fucking healer again?
Oh my god, speaking of Mercy, let me play some Mercy.
I'm gonna play Mizuki. See how I got Mizuki.
Mizuki's so much fun.
You think they're fun? What if I played the character? Good luck, have fun. Hope we all play... Fuck, well. Oh yeah, did I not tell you that a Twitch streamer commented on my name while they were live, and they called my name a fucking slur?
What?
Yeah, because
that's not right.
No, because they said no. Okay, I missaid this because I don't know how to word. They said, "I'm gonna be real. Your name sounds like a fucking slur. Hook Sniffer. They were very confused about my name. And it was very, very funny. They were
To be
very
fair,
concerned.
people don't really like my name either.
Dude, at least if you advertise your name, you don't misspell one letter in the name and it becomes an actual slur. I'm not even kidding. Try and figure it out which letter it will be.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine mistyping that. Imagine mistyping that. Okay, so what's happening here? What we do here?
When do you become Hook Liquor?
I was originally Mercy Sniffer. What the fuck is this? What's happening? Oh,
Why did you just like say my username?
Yeah, socks me. What the hell, bro? So...
What the freak?
What am I doing?
What's our hog doing? That's a better question.
That meat is that sock. Okay, so how did Mizuki work exactly?
Heal.
Yeah, but like how though? How do I do it?
His hat.
He's got the healing aura that's... Most of his heals from a healing aura that's kind of like Briggs heal. Like you actually gotta do damage to do most of your heals.
Oh, okay.
And then that right click thing is like a bonus burst heal.
Okay.
Basically stand near people and left click stuff.
Alright. I'm just gonna do that. Okay. I'm just gonna do that. I tank needs help, What's happening? So do I attack enemies or do I heal my teammates?
You've got an aura around you, and when you attack enemies, it charges up the aura, and you see the number go up.
Okay.
It's like how the multiplies.
So like Brigitte, like socks me said, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So I'm hitting you now, Waffle. Okay, and then I got ult by the way too. Don't worry, I died anyway.
Your ult basically makes a big circle that stops projectiles.
So basically, good vibes only ultimate, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Zaza
Like
Stacks. Appreciate you, bro. I had to do it.
That blew up.
Yeah. Very embarrassed when I found out about the news about that.
Did you know? Oh.
I'm not too sure. When did you know? What even happened to you? How we even got this part now? I can put my ult on point, by the way, if need be. No, come on. You reckon we should do it, or? Can we do it anyway? So... Was I meant to put...
Bob got me.
Was I meant to put that there, or...? So was I meant to put that ultimate there or not really?
It absorbs projectiles and like blocks enemy damage.
How come a giant sword lady killed me though? That's still a projection.
She can fly through it.
True. Okay. Alright. Okay. I think I'm kind of getting it, I think. Trying to heal, but also trying to attack enemies as well.
Yeah, basically. That's it.
Okay, alright. Still died though. Huh. Thank you, Mercy. Thank you. Thank you, bro.
You're good. Oh, good.
That's okay. Wait. Took me a while to respawn. There we go. Oh my god, okay. So I can teleport? Oh. The fuck? I went backwards. Okay. Whoa, what the hell? Oh! I'm just gonna back up, maybe. Let's just back up, maybe. Don't worry. I died anyway, so it's all good. I can back off afterwards at spawn. Alright, GG's well played. We all played well.
Did we?
Dude, it does not matter. It does not matter. Who cares? People can afford to sit on this game and play so much. I went to the gym. I had my 9 to 5 job today and made money. I would rather make money than play this game and be good at it. I'm gonna be real. I'm having fun. That's all I really care about.
I want to be good and make money.
Unfortunately, it does not work
What
that.
what you are doing now, Hawk, is you are vocalizing the same copium I have every day. You know what? I got a job. I could be so good at this game if I didn't have a job.
No, dude. But back when I was younger,
I did a
yeah,
time like
yeah,
bloody sweats. I got 12 hours a day to play this game.
I don't see it like that. I don't see it like that. I'm like, yeah, they can afford to play the game all the time, which granted, no hate to them, of course. They can afford that. They can do that. They can get away with it. Unfortunately, I can't, and because I got stuff to do.
And in 10 years' time, their hand-eye coordination is going to start getting fucked up, and they're going to start getting rolled by little 14-year-old little shits that have like Adderall and like 20 hours a day to play video games, and they're going to suffer just like we do.
That's actually so true. That's me with Call of Duty, bro, as well. Because people have long experience on Call of Duty because they play like the original Call of Duties, and in Black Ops 7, you get like mainstream stuff like that being crazy about all those aims and everything like that on the newer Call of Duties like Black Ops 7. Playing Modern Warfare, the original, and having that massive skill set.
I miss Modern Warfare, like OG Modern Warfare.
For me, it's Black Ops. That's my OG. Black Ops 1. That's my OG. Love Black Ops. I love Infinite Warfare. Infinite Warfare to me is like the funnest Call of Duty I've ever had. Such a silly game.
Yay!
God, such a silly Call of Duty that was. Infinite Warfare's campaign. Having Jon Snow as the evil bad guy. Yeah, Jon Snow as the evil bad guy pirate. His acting was so silly in that bloody game. It was so funny. Alright, let's see.
Sometimes they know exactly what they're in and they just ham it up.
And that's the best part. They know how to be silly. What was that Torbjorn doing to me, bro? What the fuck are we doing to me, bro? Bro, your beer's on fire because I made it on fire, bro. I was waiting for the song for me to like to scream because you're on fire. So this is kind of cool. This character's pretty neat.
Yeah, I like Unrun.
So how does this work? They just projectile shooting fire bending?
Pretty much, and then try to like hit someone several times. There'll be a little beam. The higher that beam gets, then they catch on fire.
So as you said that, I got killed, so I'm not sure if that tip was actually handy. I'm sorry to say, dude. I think you're pretty bad at giving out tips.
Well, that's how you set people on fire, God forbid.
Oh yeah, let me get some gas and some light matches. Let's see how we go. Welcome back, Mantis. Hope you're doing well, Mantis. I was gonna hit you, Waffle, because I kept thinking I was a healer. So I was gonna try and heal you while setting you on fire.
Oh, no, I get that.
What the hell? Oh, yeah. Alright, let's regroup, I guess. So, you have like a full-on boost push as well. Okay. No! Rest in peace, bro. Hook, I'd shoot you even if I wasn't Anna. That's so funny. Appreciate honesty, bro. Appreciate Mantis. Appreciate it. That's how I thought. Okay, cool.
You had a thought?
Yeah.
You can do that?
No, I'm making sure because I got a fan next to me. It'll make sure the fan doesn't pick up on the microphone, so people in chat don't hear my microphone. Brah. Haven't heard it at all? Good. Nice. Where am I going? Do we push in or? Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
appreciate it. I'm the only one who's pushing in, so are you sure about that?
Yes,
okay.
very.
No, I'm going back. Going back. Ryan! Rice! No. Ah, good round. I got charged in slow motion. Oh my god, it's so funny. Dude, Waffle. Valorant is a completely different playing field. When I say good round in Valorant, the enemy team says I'm growling like I'm a furry.
Oh, they do that here too.
No, I have never had anyone do that. You know, like I don't think for a very long
Overwatch
time.
is much friendlier.
Lobbies.
Yeah, but like in the enemy team on Valorant, I'll just like do it and be like, "Oh, are you a furry or something, brother?" Valorant players are sad. I mean, they can be, but I give some mad respect for Valorant players because they can just do whatever they want to do and think they have all the power to it and get away off it. They have that stupid mindset, I guess. Same with Overwatch as well, too, I guess, as well. But, bruh. So, I think I'm doing what I'm meant to be doing. As soon as I said that, I got killed. Real ones play CS2. I like CSGO. That's a fun game. I had so fun playing CSGO, I'm not even kidding, when I last played it. That was fun.
One healer.
No worries. The kitty. Oh, good job. No! We lost our tank, no rise. I have no clue what is going on. What's happening? I got smacked. It's at the World War II soldier PTSD meme. For real. I get that. Which settings, Mantis? What do you mean? Hey, we got it. Good job, guys. Good job. You can't stand the critical health? Really? You don't like seeing people having critical health? What about Charlie? Most critical.
Oh, I'm dead. One healer.
That's alright.
Cassidy's about to have ult.
That's alright.
He's got ult.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's used it.
Yeah, it's alright. It's okay. They're going back, but it's okay. We can take the back easily. Let me just run through. Okay. Cat's above. Oh my god. Come on. Probably get rid of the Netra. That's on there as well. Every time I keep thinking that I need to heal someone. No! Oh no! Oh my god, I got distracted by the cow. I was trying to get Riceman down.
No! Nice!
That's fine. That's okay. Let's go. Bruh. That's all good. You'll hop on, Mantis? You want to hop on as well, Mantis? It's up to you, bro, if you want to. Who's above? Oh, there's a guy over here. Ryan's over here, guys. GG's, boys. Well played.
They all got in that room to
We all
get
played
me.
well.
Did we? Did we?
The way I feel, we all tried our best. That's all that matters. Raspin got play of the game, so that's a win for us, bro. We got Raspin's play of the game. That's our win. I love the animation of the deaths when you get with Reinhardt's mythic weapon. That's so good.
Just explodes.
Yeah, it's so good. But I might get kicked off. Give me a sec to get on. So you want us to wait for your Mantis, or you reckon we should play another game while waiting for your Mantis? I'll just wait for Mantis to say something just in case. No, as in I'm on now. Oh, I did not know we meant by Mantis. All right, we got full stack now. We got full stack now. All right,
cool.
Cue all, guys. Nice fun gamble. How are you, Mantis? Can we hear you, Mantis?
Hello, I can hear you.
RB.
My thing likes to take a sec. Oh no, I need batteries. I have emergency batteries for this case.
Okay. Mantis, when you finish, are we able to go to all, please, Mantis?
Fun?
When we do all queues for quick play, I normally prefer everyone going to all. Just makes it more fun, makes it more interesting and more chaotic,
Okay.
I feel. Yeah.
Alright, yeah, we might need a queue again because I do need to get the batteries first.
How long is it going to take for you to get new batteries?
I have batteries in case of an emergency, always.
Oh, good. Oh, I just heard them. I heard the click, bro. It gave me like a childhood flashback, bro. Back in my day.
Yeah, I've been holding on to these batteries since I bought my new Xbox in maybe August.
Oh, fuck
so
yeah,
they've
man.
been sitting there in my cabinet.
Oh,
Those have been
that's so
sitting in my
funny.
cabinet for that long.
That's right. You got the fridge,
I'm
don't
ready.
you, Mantis? You have the fridge, don't you?
That would be nice, yes.
Oh, so you have like the Xbox Series S, basically.
X, yes.
Oh, so the other fridge then?
Right, yeah.
The other fridge.
Yes, I have the
Yeah,
fridge.
Xbox Series X is upright one and complete black, and that's the fridge. But set the way for Wafflenator. I'm not sure what happened to him. I think he's
Yeah. I think he said he wanted to go do something. I need to add Waffle, actually.
Also, Mantis, Socksme is here as well, streaming as well. So we're doing a collaboration.
Yes, I know.
as well.
I know Socks.
Yeah.
Socks is great. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, we're playing games together. So while we wait, we got practice range, skirmish, deathmatch, and
Wait, why did
That's cool.
they move? They moved the avoid his teammate button from where wait, what?
Oh no,
Are we not
no,
battle-
no, no,
No, they didn't.
Yeah, when I right click on your profile, Mantis, I can avoid you as teammate as well.
I know. I accidentally pressed that on Socks, and then I had to undo it.
What the hell? Yeah, I reported Socksme for terrorism. That's so weird. What? That must be a glitch.
What?
That must be a glitch, maybe. That's so weird. What the hell?
Hook, weren't you banned for terrorism that one time?
That was only in 2017. We don't talk about that. Me talking about 2017, basically me thinking we don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah, also, another thing that they've done with this update, I've noticed that stuff I've paid in credits before, like, they've just locked some stuff behind progression. Stuff I've paid
That's a
for
bit-
is just locked.
Really?
That's a bit dodgy.
Like, the only one I can confirm for 100% sure, because I don't play any of the other characters, but I did have a victory
Oh, fuck yeah.
pose for Ramatra, and then I now have to pay 300 credits again to get it.
That sounds like you could be able to put in a support ticket for that. If you already bought it, you shouldn't have to buy it again.
Yeah, exactly. And my friend reckons I've been refunded for it. Oh wait, I'm on DPS. What do I do?
What
Pray.
am I on? I don't even know what I'm on.
That's a gamble. We don't know.
Right.
That's a gamble. I love gambling.
What am I
I
on?
don't. I know how that shit works. I literally started my RSG earlier today.
Oh, good job, Mantis. So you go RSA for alcohol, and
Oh,
then you're
good
going to be
on you,
doing gambling now.
The gambling.
That's sick.
Oh, who do you want?
Fox, do you want the cat, or
Alright.
are you okay with me playing cat, or do you want cat?
Hey, I'm Tank! Yay! Let's try the new character, Mommy. This character's so interesting.
Yeah,
What the hell?
I'll go with Vendetta. I played a little bit of her before the season ended, the other day.
You mean Guts from Berserk?
Sure, let's go with that.
Yeah. So, Symmetra gun, and then Sojin shot fire, shield like that. Can you take down a shield, or it's like that forever?
Waffle.
Okay.
That
Shield
looks
like
amazing.
That. Shifting. Ah, Naruto now.
Jesus Christ, how tall is Moira? Like,
she's a tall.
Christ on a stick.
Yeah, she's tall. Alright, good luck.
I present you my big sword.
Yeah. We call the Dragon
I
Slayer.
play Call of Duty. I know what I'm doing.
We appreciate it, dude. I'm not sure how this is gonna go. My very first game playing this character, so we'll see how we go. We should be fine. Alright, we got Vendetta on the enemy team. Ah! I have not too sure what I'm doing. No! What the fuck are you doing? Stop it! What's happening?
I great holes. Hello, Socks.
Ah!
I require you to shoot me once. It would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
My bad, bro. I'm blind.
I just diffed the enemy team player.
Don't worry.
Yay.
Don't worry. I'm impaired in every way imaginable.
Bro's describing
It's more
my life.
fun to shoot people.
It actually is, yeah. It's more enjoyable, I feel.
No one wants to hear your sob story, Hook.
Oh, nice, Russ. Good kill. Ah, hang on. I keep forgetting I can't heal. Shield. Oh, I'm getting the kind of okay idea with how this works. No.
Owie.
That's okay. Ah, what the frick? Ah! I'm no clue what I'm doing.
Alright, all in favor of sticking together?
Oh, true, yeah, I forgot about that.
I'm good.
Yeah, Waffle, you look like you're doing fine.
We're gonna come back. Oh, this cactus gun looks like it's golden already because the way they designed that gun is right now. Oh no. Maybe we should regroup, maybe.
Oh, so now you want to regroup?
Because everyone's dead! Oh, what the fuck is that?
To be fair, that does make it easier to regroup.
Yeah, you guys, yes it does. Here, let me shoot them with my very realistic sword slash.
Yeah. Bro's gonna get to go 10 show. I'm on. I got ultimate very soon, I feel. Where'd everyone go? Oh. Oh, hello.
Wow,
No.
sword, nice.
Ah!
Wow, how much damage does that character do? What was that?
That's his override ult. It alternates between this big rocket explosion with a lot of splash and like the smaller rockets.
I'm gonna be real. These characters are too complicated for my simple-minded, smooth brain, I feel. I think that's why I'm not having a good time with these characters, I feel.
I like a Mizuki a bit too much.
Yeah, that's alright, dude. That's fine. It's good how you have characters you can click to.
Oh, that was intentional.
I hit the robot's ass while I was trying to hit a fucking other player. Yay! I got my first kill! Yay! Ah! Someone's above.
Here, sword slash, go! Well, that ability takes a while.
That's okay. Oh my god, Waffle, speaking of Lego, how do you feel about the new Pokemon Lego set?
I didn't know they were doing
How
it.
did you not know,
really? Oh,
they managed to
they
dodge
made
my
3
incredibly...
sets for Pokemon Lego. One is for Pikachu, one's for Eevee.
That is cool.
And the third one is a 3-piece of Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise. Do I I just threw a beam for my ultimate.
Console player tries PC type shit.
No, what's happening? I don't know. Oh, good sleep. Thank you for sleep. Bro, I was about to kill them too. Oh my god. Okay, so we're pushing now. We're not doing too bad.
I'm probably gonna... I'm actually might get the battle pass, just depending on how much I end up playing this season.
Yeah,
I do plan to play a lot of it.
Just be very mindful about that.
Because it's the first time I've returned to the game at the start of a season, so like I won't be at a disadvantage when playing with my friends.
Yeah, exactly. I get that. Oh my god, every time, dude.
Wait, no! I threw my ability the wrong way. I'm gonna die.
That's okay. 𝐓𝐀𝐍𝐓. What does that mean? Oh, PewDiePie started playing Overwatch. Hey guys, not need a glaze or anything. I'm friends with PewDiePie on Battle Pass.
On Battle.net?
Yeah, on Battle.net. There's an actual person I'm friends with. It's called literally PewDiePie. So funny.
Oh, okay, I'm now notified.
What the hell? No! No! What? The kitty's dead.
Why did that work? Like, why did that work?
Yeah, it's interesting, eh? It's like you and I getting charged by Reinhardt, but Reinhardt fell off the edge, but we didn't. That was so funny.
Oh yes, that was a funny. Oh my god! I just realized we should have clipped that.
Nah, it's fine. I don't care about that kind of stuff. It's a moment, you know. It's the moment, you know.
Oh, intentionally.
I'm sure the guy did it intentionally. Whoa! What the hell?
Wow, that stuff blows up hard.
Oh my god! So much is going on. That's so funny. Not gonna lie, I love how chaotic it is. I love that. That's like a thing I'm loving the most with this new update with all the new characters. With Chapter 1, Episode 1.
It's the best the game's been since launch.
It's just silly, over the top, and just not really making much sense, but you're still having a good time
Even then,
regardless. Come on. Oh! I wish I could heal you. But I can't. What the fuck? Hello,
how do
kitty.
I turn that setting off? This is driving me insane.
I don't know.
Why is this on by default?
Whee! So what happens? That did nothing. Her ultimate sucks.
It traps them in so that they can't get projectiles out, and then it explodes.
Only 1 out of 3 died though.
You didn't get them low enough.
Nah, I want them.
It's not gonna
to is some. Yeah, why not though? I would rather have that.
Play Diva.
No, I want to play new characters. So I have no clue what's going on right now.
Me neither.
GG, well played. That was actually fun. That was funny as hell. GG, well played. You all played well.
Yeah, Enri's basically John Halo.
Oh wait, I just realized I probably should have played.
I was gonna scream. I thought I could play the game. I was about to scream.
Valid crash out.
Oh, look how silly this is. Yeah, you're right, Waffle. This feels like Overwatch launch. That was ridiculous.
I hope that I genuinely hope that works for you, Socks.
What?
What?
We got the exact same response. We had the same response. Socks, both and I had the same response in the same tone.
I used to stream back in the day, and everyone's just really, you know, streaming on console lobbies is just unfortunate.
Bro, I grew up on Xbox consoles on Twitch my first year or two on Overwatch, and yes, it does get very wild. I met a toxic Mercy player that was very toxic, most toxic I've ever experienced. And I also met the most down bad Mercy player ever. It made me feel uncomfortable. I wanted to take a break from the game for a while because
I remember that.
Oh, dude, she was really weird. I don't want to talk about much of it because Socks is streaming, and I don't want
I think I know you've mentioned.
No, I don't mind
as well. Yeah.
Jokes on you. They're already demonetized.
Okay, so Socks, there was a Mercy player. She had a device on her while she was playing the game.
Oh.
And she would activate it if someone talks shit about her, how bad she's playing the game. And it turned her on. And she'll describe it every time it happened. In open call, by the way. I was pretty young. I was pretty young,
kidding, on
by the
DPS
way.
again?
It was uncomfortable. It was awful. And she was being very pessimistic as well.
Pessimistic.
Yeah. It was not nice. I was not having a good time. And I even know which map it was too. It was a Russian map of Zaya's home city. The facility.
Volskaya?
Yeah, Volskaya Industry.
I'm just gonna stick with Vendetta. I gotta get this one.
Okay, so...
We do not speak that name.
What? What were you saying?
We do not speak that name. The PTSD of that map is insane.
Oh,
Ever played against a Wrecking Ball?
That was a fun map. I like that map. It's a fun map. It's I can't wait for them to bring it back in 2032. I can't wait.
I agree, Rice.
Bro is spitting straight facts. Oh no, Riceman's playing the cat. Yeah, I don't mind the tank player. She's kind of cool, but it'll take me a while to get the hang of her. I'd rather just play someone who
they knew damn well what they were doing with that voice. Her name, Domina.
Oh, Mummy. Yeah, I get you. I'm already down really low as well. That's so funny.
You're on tank. How?
Oh no, I went from 750 to 250 as soon as I went outside. Ooh, that was a good hook. Thank you, Waffle, for finishing her. Thank you. We got Brigida, by the way. Ah, finally, so close.
Oh my god, I got Mercy so low.
Oh my god.
They're low.
Oh wait, you're not playing. Okay, I'll play with Reaper. Okay, I'm decent Reaper.
Reaper? Oh man.
Sure.
Reaper, I hardly know her.
Oh my god, that reminds me of that that what do you call it? That what's that guy's name?
High IQ far flew right
Sid?
into the Reaper.
Sid the Sloth? Is that what his name is?
Sid the Sloth.
How does that remind you of Slid the Soft?
No, Sid the Sloth. What's his name? The guy from Ice
how?
Age? No, because it reminds me
Yeah,
of
that's Sid.
Yeah, it reminds me of the funny voice line that someone did, like an actual recreation of the voice line. It's like, of course, Minnie, I have restraining order.
I have multiple restraining orders.
It's so funny. I love it. It's such a funny
I'm
thing.
wanted in every country.
Only a couple of states, not that much.
How many? Only 52? Nope, have fun with that. I'm walking away.
So close! I almost got that hook on Mercy. Oh, I'm back, by the way. Hey, how are we? Oh, let's just back up maybe a bit. I'm gonna back up a bit. No! Ah!
Thank you.
That's alright. Ah! Wah! Let's just go over here like that. Ah! Oh my god, I missed all my hooks. That's alright.
You're very good at that. I'm impressed, Hook. Alright, they don't have any stuns, do they? They've only got trap. Okay.
Brigida can somewhat stun, kind of, but I'm not so sure what they're done with her nowadays.
Only with ult. Only with ult.
Okay, okay. Did not know that. All good. I got ult, by the way. No! Why'd you go that way? How come you didn't go right? That I wanted to go to right. I understand that. Someone got res. Bar got res, by the way. I'm gonna back off a bit, maybe.
You wouldn't fucking die, Jesus.
What?
Sniper Reaper, I'm playing.
Maybe want full health, maybe.
Raven's got ult.
I got 2. No, the health pack.
No.
The health pack was gone.
That's alright. Might back off a bit, maybe. Hello. Oh wait, he's gone. Surely. No way! I almost got the hook. Watch out for Junkrat.
Junk's dead.
That's alright. Raggy, we got an actual ad coming up. Come on. We're pushing. Oh, why'd you went that way? I understand why players do that.
That was about as smart as me. That was an incredibly smart move. It was like something I would do.
Damn it! I want to jump on the roof. Ah, what the frick? Ah, thank you. I'm going on the roof, bro. No, watch out, Mantis.
Help me!
So
I made a
close.
mistake.
I
regretted it.
Okay, Trump.
I'm the president of the United States of America.
Oh my god. Actually.
We did not blow up the Russians.
Wait. So close.
Oh, I meant to do that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yay! Why is the thing blocking me from going through? They got a lot of damage. Holy shit. So both DPS on the enemy team have 6,000 damage and 8,000 damage. That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Someone let me fly.
Rice,
the shotguns must
We're doing
fly.
okay.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all good.
This can end.
I'm just surprised how much damage they got because Roadhog has a lot of health and I keep going down.
Oh my god,
critical.
Rice, I almost have ult.
Oh, he's so far he's dropped down enemy team.
Rice, I almost have ult.
That's so
There's
funny.
only one way this is gonna end for them.
Surely. No! Rice spin! No! Wait, go this way! Go this way! Bro, I don't know how the slingshot works.
Payload's guy.
I don't
We
understand
sent
how
payload the wrong way.
How do you
Rice,
slingshot as Roadhog?
I have ult. We gotta dive bomb them.
Oh shit. There's a ult team.
That's my bad.
soldier.
That's my bad for trying to
Practically
kill them.
It's fine, dude. It's okay. The Brigitte tried going upstairs.
I'm gonna die.
I died anyway, so it's fine.
No, no one's there.
Bro shot to the party a little bit too early.
A little bit too early.
Speaking of party, I'm gonna go a housewarming party on the 28th.
Ooh.
I'm incredibly fucking nervous.
My last day of work's the day before.
Really?
They must have nerfed Emery's ult, because I'm sure he was doing more splash damage yesterday.
Who knows, honestly? No clue. I'm gonna try and back up here. That's right.
You know what? I'm gonna make Zom proud.
How so?
Junkrat.
Oh yeah?
If you can't aim because you're on console, well then, don't aim.
As long as you try your best.
Besides, I don't even use aim assist. It's just an excuse I use to make up for my bad aim.
Bro is spitting facts right now. See,
I've already hit 2 aerial shots.
Good job, bro.
I mean, I'm still gonna die, but...
Oh! Damn. Wait.
I'm actually not
thank
doing
you.
terrible.
Thank you, Brigitte. Brigitte saved me from the enemy team. She knocked me back. That's so funny. And she died at the result for it. That's all. There's a fire over here. Oh no. It's a fire. Oh no. Oh no. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I got ult.
I regret walking into whatever the hell that was.
I almost got the ult. I almost got the hook on the mercy. Okay. Yay! GG's, boys. Well played.
Nicely done, fellas.
That was fucking fun. I saw that, Waffle.
Nice job.
Dude! Okay, Waffle, what is the shortcut key on Discord when having overlays? What is it? Is it shift swirling button?
I don't know.
Can you see my stream? I wanted the exclamation mark, but it went on to this bullshit.
Like shift tab or something?
Yeah, shift tab, yeah.
That was an Alright, that was an insane fire ult.
Can I get rid of this?
Did you see how many people that got?
Wait, can I get rid of this, please? Display name. Guys, want to get rid of this?
I might make that my last game, guys.
That's okay.
Aww.
Appearance. No worries, dude. That's all good, right?
That's what I mean.
Easy, man.
Have a wonderful night, everyone.
You too, man.
Goodbye, Waffles.
Same to you, Rice.
Sim.
Nice to meet you, Socks.
Nice to meet you too.
Have a good night, all. I
Get rid
will
of
see
it.
you later.
You too, man. You too, mate. It's useless.
Wait, why don't...
Alright, done. Enable overlay. I'm getting rid of it. Done. Easy. I got rid of it. Holy fucking piss balls. That was fucking annoying. Okay, so now... Okay, I'm going to try and type it in now. Awesome.
Type what in?
I was testing to make sure that there's no swiggly swoggly nonsense happening now. Are we all good to keep playing, or do you want to play something else, guys? Keep playing. There. Quick plays, okay? You too, Waffle Nader. Have a good one, bro.
Yep.
Yep. Night, Waffle.
Night, Waffle. Thank you, Waffle, for the games, bro. Marcus Scene. Events. No, Battle Pass. Damn, I would have fucking got a fucking gosh darn these pretty things.
Then cancel Q hook.
I don't want to hold you guys up. Alright.
Waffle Nader stop playing Overwatch. He will be missed.
Yes, RIP Waffle Nader. The last we'll ever hear from him.
I can't believe he died.
Yes, I'm happy you caught on to that.
The last Nader we ever saw.
The last Nader. Dude, you know I still have Waffle Nader's social cards? The ones he printed out.
Oh my god, I'm support.
So
I
cool.
can play Mizuki.
Good job, bro.
Guys, we'll win. Trust me.
Oh god, I'm DPS.
GG's go next.
I don't know who to be. Socks, choose me a DPS, please. I don't know who to be.
Play Echo.
What?
The cube.
Echo.
What? What'd you say, Socks?
Echo.
No, what'd you say, Socks?
Echo.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, okay, now I heard you properly, because you had an echo, that's all.
Socks. Have you seen Mizuki's hello yet? He tips his hat.
He's a
they had too much fun with.
He's a Reddit
They
moderator.
had so much fun making this character. I love him so much.
I'm just glad they finally made a guy with a silly hat.
Yeah, bro.
I know. I love hats.
I love hats. That's a great quote. I love hats. Oh, there's a guy!
Wait.
There's a guy here!
A guy just left.
Jesus Christ!
Reinhardt just left me in the middle of the enemy team.
This guy needs to die. Me, be. This guy's almost dead.
We got him, Socks.
Nice, good job, good job. Oh, there's a cat here! The cat is a silly cat.
Heroic.
Good job. Good job, everybody. I'm weightless.
Real ones understand the heroic reference.
Yes, because we're heroes of Overwatch.
Waffle, I mean Hook, remember the cube.
How'd you got my name mixed from Waffle?
I am severely autistic.
Oh, hang on. I'll heal you, bro.
Sorry,
go.
Socks.
What was Ryan? I hear Reinhardt's clickety-clackling. Oh, there he is. Oh my god, I got smacked. I got smacked in the face.
Nope. Disengage from that. Reinhardt is on a bungee cord.
Oh, good job, Rice. You're the tank. They got no
How
tank
did the
now.
one with a...
Not too sure. Well, not gonna lie,
that's
Mantis.
so smart.
There's a
I like
classic.
how you're telling him he's the tank, just in case he forgot.
Reaper's Reaper behind, Reaper behind, Reaper. I got killed by Reaper. We all get killed by Reaper.
Oh my god.
We all get killed by Reaper.
He shot me. Oh, I was so confident I would have killed him, but he shot me, so he got health back from that.
That's fine. That's okay. Okay, on my way now. Is there anything over here? Oh my god, I couldn't get to the second floor. Are you kidding me? Ah! What the hell's that? What's a crest thing here? Ah. There it is. Oh, the fuck?
Alright, I have a reverse Malga cage.
Cool, cool. I got ult by the way too. Meow, 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 meow. Oh my god, I got well, I tried ulting, but I got disrupted by my ult. But I got ult for next round though, it's fine. Okay, this time I'll use my ult now. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Ah!
Alright, I'm gonna try and re-engage on the payload.
No, I'm the cat person! I didn't mean to be the cat person, I want to be Reinhardt! What? Why can't I use my ult? What? Dude, it gave the option to use my ult, but I couldn't use my ult. What? That's so weird. Nice. I couldn't use my ult as Catman. Because I was being Echo.
Weird.
Ah. We got it, we're getting it, that's all good. Okay. Cool, cool. We're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty good. We're doing well, guys. We're doing good. Well done, everybody. Ah, Reaper above. Thank you. Oh, we got Reinhardt flatlining. Oh, he's dead. I don't know how Echo works.
So you see, you go in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about all I know. I can't explain things.
Bro, it was like a payment link wall of how to use tutorials. First things first, go this. Pay a subscription for your $13. Subscribe to my YouTube. Bro, it's like a payment wall, like a news article. If you want to read the full article, pay $13.50.
Become a channel member now and you can watch this video that tells you how to do the thing you clicked on the video
Dude, the only time I ever became like a YouTube membership thing with the boys.
Shut up. I was the only person that got hit by it.
Yeah, good job, bro. We're very proud of you, brother. Oh, there's a Reaper behind! Reaper! Reaper!
My ult actually did something, sort of.
We're very proud of you, bro. We're very proud of you.
Yes, thank you for that ult.
I mean, it didn't really work on you, Hook. You kind of died.
Hang on.
I mean, for the people outside the cage, it worked fine.
I said it anyway, so that's fine. Alright. I'm back again. I have little to no information on what's going on. Scorch the skies! Oh my god. I can use ult by the way too. I can use ult. This time don't be jetpack cat, please. I beg you. I would like to be.
Who are you gonna be?
I want to be Han. Like no.
You could go Reaper.
Maybe. Let's be Reaper. Let's out Reaper this guy.
Guys, I'm being stolen. I don't know how efficient this is gonna be.
Ah! I'm actually doing pretty okay as Aka being Reaper. There's a cat! Kill the cat! Come on.
The cat's so hard to hit.
I mean, would you hit a cat?
Triple kill. Let's go.
I wouldn't in game.
Dude, was that our first win?
Yes.
Yes.
That's so funny. That's actually amazing. Hey, Rice Spin got
Rice
it!
Spin.
Hey!
Good job, Rice Spin. Good job, Rice Spin. I love the clap.
Is this when only the right?
Good job.
I thought this was when only the Reinhardt died.
Nice, good job. Before, by the way, that area there, I want to hit Reinhardt, but got the jetpack cats.
You used to be fucking stupid. I was not letting that Ryan live.
That's so funny. Dude, how many kills did I get as that guy? I got 50 eliminations, not bad. I did pretty okay at the end of it. Yay! Awesome. Oh, I just remembered. I got a loot box. Let's see what I got in the loot box.
What'd you get?
Blue! I got a blue skin for Siren.
I think I actually think the odds of getting a just plain 4 greys is really low.
Bro.
I got the legendary Snow Owl skin for Anna out of a
classic.
normal loot box just before.
Oh, good job, bro.
I'm so jealous of you. I have like 30,000 coins, but I credits, but I don't want to use them.
Oh yeah.
I
don't know what I'm
have
gonna.
many coins.
Yeah.
This is like.
Nah.
I logged into Overwatch for some reason a couple months ago, and I got 30,000 credits.
Oh, I'd be like that.
I don't know how I got them. I don't know why I got them. Am I complaining? No.
Of course not.
White ones?
Ah, shit.
White ones, yeah.
Hey, Jorcelia.
So they refunded lots of people for a bunch of things?
Yes, they did. Yes, like Bash.
You don't lose the thing, but they gave you a bunch of white ones.
Yes, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh.
Welcome to the stream, Geordie. Is that you saw her name, Jords?
The gold one.
Hey, Jords. Hi.
Hello. I can't read chat. My thing's closed.
Oh, we're doing
Okay,
well,
she just
everybody.
said hey.
It's all good. It's okay.
How's your day going, Jords?
I should have another loot box now. Yeah, I have another loot box.
Yeah, I like collabing
Down
with
on
people
GPS.
and sharing their streams in case we see someone in a different chat and we couldn't really see it.
Socks, who do you
Need
want me to
another
play?
player?
Yes, we have one space here. Yeah, after this game, you can join us, bro. Roadhog!
Hell
Roadhog
yeah.
again.
Are you
Why
gonna
did the
stream?
entire
Do we add you in as well?
The entire team just rage quit.
No, what? The entire enemy team. Oh, okay. Wait, what happened? What happened, Mantis?
I just said to everyone, there was like, I assume they had a 3-stack on the enemy team and they all just disconnected together.
I've got to get up in the morning. Oh, valid.
That's very valid.
Yeah.
Just because I'm here.
After this game, I'll send you an invite.
I've got to get up at like 6:30 in the morning for a 10 o'clock start. It's amazing.
I'm gonna get up at 6-7 tomorrow morning as well for the gym.
6-7.
I'm gonna get up at 6:90. I'm gonna get up at 6:99 for good measure for my bus at
Just
7.
in case. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea actually.
Just in case. Just in case I need the.
Yeah,
just in case I need the extra time.
Yeah. Surely. Oh, hello. Oh, there's a guy here. Oh, God. I need to get down from here. Hey, Z, start playing Overwatch. No, I'm so sorry. I thought he killed us. I missed the hook on the Junker Queen. Yee! Where you going? Thank you. Oh my god, so close on the hook. Oh my god. Why does it feel like my weight
fire
is so stretched out? I just noticed that. I think I need to re-add it into my thing, I feel. Oh god, they're all here, they're all here. Back up, guys. They're all there,
Wise decision.
No! Oh my god, that was so good. Bye, Junker Queen, bye. Lucian point. Good kill. No! Watch out. Socks, watch out, Socks. Oh no, that was Mantis, sorry.
I'm dead. Fuck you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you're over there. I thought you were Vendetta. Sorry, Socks.
Yeah.
I would never. I'm better than that.
Mantis as usual plays the melee characters. It works.
Of course, and there's nothing wrong with that as well. Oh, thank you. Whoa! No, I might go over here maybe, just in case. Ooh, yummy. Oh, love my
Thank you,
good hooks. That was actually pretty
very
decent.
helpful.
Yeah, very decent hook, actually. Ah,
Thanks for the new follow.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated, brother. I'll have to see you in a second.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Fresh
George, for the
follower.
follow.
Let's go.
I've been nanoed. I cannot heal. I'm scared. I'm gonna cry. It's okay. We're back now. We're all Gucci now. This guy needs to calm the fuck down. They were too keen to take me down. Oh, yeah? Aren't you a bit silly? No! Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck. Oh, okay. I need to learn.
Everyone is one.
Yeah, I need to
Everyone
learn
is
with
so low
Roadhog
there.
what to prioritize the most when using Whole Hog. Need to learn that.
I don't play Hog as much as you, but I do know that you just use whole Hog in a corner to burn someone down. Like,
The more,
like that
the more
Reinhardt
close you
when we're on
are, the
Oasis.
more damage you have, yeah. But the further
Yeah,
out they
which
are.
is why
Yep.
it's so much. The ability is so much fun, but I do think there was a bit of an oversight when making a ability that's so very clearly meant for close range encounters that pushes you back, pushes enemies away.
Yeah, I agree. But it's okay, not that deep anyway. It's fun. Get the fuck out of my area, bitch. Oi, get out my fucking area, mate. Get my area.
That's our point. We got this.
Yeah, that's fun. Ah! No! Please! Speed! I need the speed! My mom's kind of homeless. I need the speed. I don't have much healing. No! Why these people are moving so quick? I don't understand.
I was doing so well at the start, but now I'm kind of throwing.
No. They have a lot of damage. These guys are really nullifying that damage.
Nullifying.
Yeah, no, like, they have a lot of damage. Like, my health drops really quickly. Damn. These guys are so quick. Ah, that's alright. That's alright. That's all good. Oh, they held on pretty good.
I was hoping I would be on point, but apparently not.
It's fine. We have 2 more chances. It's okay.
Well, I was literally on the point, though.
But what's the point, though?
I got 2. I got 2. I'm happy with that.
Hell yeah.
Nice, nice, nice.
Are you gonna die over there? Oh, you did die over there.
I'm gonna be up to be over here anyway. Yep. Alright, I'm here.
Yep.
Hang on. Funny idea. Surely. Hello. Hello. Surely maybe Queen or May, maybe.
Take the bait.
Take the rage bait. Why did Mantis leave? Oh, he was too late. So guess what happened? Yeah, Mantis got kicked out. Yeah, we lost Mantis. Ah. Ah, no. Yeah, can't do much here. Whoa. That's alright. It's all good, Mantis. It was fun playing with you, bro. And Krieg left the game as well. I think Krieg's parents might have cut off their internet as well. Yeah, man, for sure. Oh, Hugbug joined the game. Let's try this. Yay! Okay, this guy is a bit silly. Yay! Moira's orbs got me. Oh my god. I got ult for the next push, I think. Sure, we get this next point. Hugbug left the game. Rest in peace, Hugbug.
We've got some really good backfills going.
Yeah, for sure. Bah! No, you fucker! Damn it! Yay! Next point. Ah, what the fuck? Dude, an eyelash has fallen off my eye and was poking my eye.
Make a wish.
I wish to have no eyelashes so this does not happen again. Let's go to the next one. Oh, nice, Juno. No! Why are these guys so quick? I don't understand why they need to be so quick. It's so unfair. I'm not even gonna bother. There's no point. Yeah, dude! Stop self-healing! Dude,
I got an achievement.
Oh, which achievement, bro?
I don't know.
Good job,
Give me a little pop-up.
Nice, dude. Good job.
But I didn't say anything.
Oh, really? He's got an achievement. No. Yay. Okay, cool. I've got my kill. So does Mizuki have a chain attack as well, like Roadhog? The fuck was that?
Something I don't want to be a part of.
Yeah, true, that's fair. Oh, I got over health. That's right. Played any game with new characters? So fun. Hey, Scootity Indies. Yeah, I have, and not gonna lie, I think I'm too disabled to enjoy new characters. I'm not even kidding. I played all of them, didn't have fun. Just don't know how they work, and I don't have the time or effort to really learn how they work. I'm not even kidding. I don't think I want to take the dedication of time to play the characters. As long as I know how to kill them as Hog, that's all I really care about. I'm not even kidding.
You just need to know enough that'll help you.
Exactly, dude. I can't be bothered learning new characters. I just have too much time. I don't have time to do stuff like that anymore. I think I dedicated too much of my time with one character, and I just can't be bothered learning new characters because I can't afford it. I literally can't afford it. I'd rather like make videos, work, and go to the gym than play Overwatch and learn a new character altogether. I will only play the new characters for memes and not understand how they work. Why Moira teleported? I don't understand. I have to teleport Moira. Hey Moira, how are you? Thank you. Dude! Moira, why did you self-heal? Can they stop self-healing? I can play as about any character. That's alright, Mantis. Good to hear you can do that, Mantis. That's a really good skill to have. Thank you. Ah, who's behind us? No. Dude, self-healing for healers in this game is one of the worst things Overwatch has ever done. The fact that healers can self-heal themselves, I hate it. Should never be like that. Ah. Yeah, exactly, bro, yeah. I have no clue what's happening. Yeah!
We finally got one!
Yeah, fuck yeah! Yeah, we got one! Let's go over here now. I like to think
Will this be our second win?
Yeah, we'll see how we go. I like to think I'm very talented. I just really like playing my main guys. Yeah, for sure. The way I feel, if we just get rid of the actual healers, that's all that matters, I feel. And maybe just go back to you guys, maybe not die. These have so much damage. Oh my god. Hello? Where'd they go?
Why did I get gripped?
I'm not too sure. Why did you get gripped?
Why did we grip me?
I don't know. Why did they do that? You can ask them.
I was living my best life, dying on point.
They got so much damage. It's actually crazy. Whoa! It's that new character that I forgot they do. Oh my god.
I might be dying, but at least I've done 11k damage.
That's alright, that's alright.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. I got ult, so if we could try and do like a combo or something like that, maybe. Dude, they're all here and I've almost died. I almost died and we're almost here. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Thank you. Dude. I hate it so much. I do not like the idea how these guys can like wiggle their way out from being killed by my hook. I hate it. Cool. Alright. Now let's see how we get to the next one.
And if I said meow?
I beg your pardon?
Meow?
Meow?
Meow.
Meow? Are you having a stroke? Are you okay? What's this random thing of you saying meow? Are you okay over there, by the way?
I like meowing.
You're getting hurt. That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. I got enough. Oh, just get good, bud. Just get good. Yeah, actually, base, bro. Ah, yeah, cool. I'm flicking pretty good now, which I'm very happy with. I know how to get backwards. Ooh, lovely hook. Oh, this guy's so close. Thank you. Thank you for the grip. Thanks for the yummies. Oh, you prick, bro. No. Dude, I'm trying to kill it. Oh, Dr. Mantis left once again. Didn't he left already before? Oh, they're all here. They're all here. They're all here.
This has left the group.
Oh, okay. Got you. Yeah, that's all right. No worries, guys. I'm just sure why I got a pop up there. That's all good. GG's, boys. Well played. We all played well, guys. Wait. We got someone here. We got socks. We got socks. We got socks. Oh,
I tried.
That's fine. That's fine. That's all good. You left play group when you turn off the Xbox. Oh my god. That's all right. All played well. Ah. Dude. Can I just, like, spell my fucking name?
You got play? You got...
Yeah. Oh, I don't care about play the games. That's fine. Alright. Next one.
It's Aura. I'm gonna add Jorts.
Yeah, what, sorry?
Jorts? Jorts us to play. Jorts, are you even online? There you are.
Oh, first thing you gotta add draughts. I'm like, I thought you meant by draughts, like draughts? Like,
yeah, let's all wear some jorts.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was like, draughts? Jorts.
You don't like wearing jorts?
Is that like a rip-off version, like from Y2K's Jordans?
Do you know what jorts are?
Yeah, like Jordans.
What jeans?
No, like jean shorts.
Gloria Jeans? Like the coffee shop?
What?
Gloria Jeans. It's a coffee place.
Shorts?
Oh, I thought you said Gloria. Oh, jeans. I'm so lost. I'm so sorry.
Can we like ban this?
I'm so lost, eh? Let's play.
Jeans.
Let's play for...
What you wear?
I never even heard that before. It's like the short terminology of that. I just said like jeans. Not jorts. I never heard jorts before. I'm so sorry.
I like short jeans.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. In my 37 years of living on this planet, I've never heard that before. Speaking of jorts...
You mod me, I'll ban him for you. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind if he keeps rage baiting me.
I'm not even rage baiting! I'm not even kidding! I just have bad social cues. I just don't know how that works. People think I rage bait, but most of the time, I deliberately do not know what people are talking about. Hey, Fawn! How are you, Fawn? Simply Fawn, how are we? How are we today? Let's get a shout to Fawn. And Z's here too!
And Kawaii, whoa.
How are we? Let's get a follow. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Well, was that a shout out? Was that it? That's not it. You're crashing out. I'm sorry to hear that. What the hell?
Did you ranked? Dude, I haven't even done my... full placements yet.
Where is my thing? What the fuck is this? Wait, so is it exclamation mark then so then simply fallen? I think it is. Yeah, wait, is that it?
You might have to type the full shout out.
No,
No, you don't.
Yeah. Hey!
Oh, look, pink.
Yeah, relax. I'm here. Just making sure, because I know this game likes to crash on you.
The fuck am I hearing?
Jake, turn your light off.
Josie.
Go turn your light off.
That's what I like doing. I like shouting people out and having random clips from their old stuff. The matchmaking gods have put me in gold 5 on my placements. Good job, Mantis.
Yeah, I'm in gold 4, I think.
Nice, dude. But yeah, welcome Z. If you're still here, Z, welcome Z. And hopefully doing okay now, Fawn. I was lurking your stream for a bit. Hopefully your games were going good. Oh, so sorry to hear that. Also, George, hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us on stream, by the way, George. I hope you have a good time here, bro. Wait, what?
Yeah, thanks for having me.
That's all good. Your microphone's a little bit quiet. We can't really hear that well. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't even hear you, George.
Bruh.
I heard that though.
That's so funny. As long as you're
Just
okay.
stand closer to your mic.
I'm like right at it.
Apparently you're not. Mantis left voice chat again, apparently. Who's not here?
Took him long enough.
What the frick? Yeah, what took him so long? Nice! Huge! Whoa! Massive rice! Huge! Good job, bro! Yay! Worth it. That's alright. I'm rage quitting harder than usual. Lol. George, who are you hacking? We can hear your keyboard, I'm so sorry to say.
I think I know what. It's probably not connected to my actual mic. Hold on.
Yeah, is it connected to the different mic?
That sounds like
I think
it,
it's
yeah.
connected to my speaker.
Wait, your microphone's a speaker? How does that even work?
I don't know.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. As long as you're okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to change it.
Have I done my placements yet? No, I have not. This is my first time playing this thing now. I had work today. And I'm proud to say within 3 to 4 weeks of me at my job, in the last 3 to 4 weeks, I sold $31,000 worth of items. Which is a really nice thing for me to know. Okay, I'm still learning. Ah. Oh, I need back off. Gotta build that echo effect. Yeah, literally, bro, literally. Yay! Oh no, are you okay? I noticed. What the fuck was that? Nice, good shit. Yeah, bro. Yeah. I'd rather just get good at my actual job than just, I don't know. I'm just enjoying the game, no matter what the condition is. Nah! Nah, ha ha he. Oh, you fucking asshole! I'm gonna walk away. I'm walking away. Bro's got the Yeezys happening. Dude, I always want to have the Yeezys. Just for a meme. Because they drop so much down in like value. And Adidas was like, yeah, no, we don't want anything to do with this guy anymore. Damn it. Oh my god.
What about now?
I'm spamming. But yeah.
Oh my god,
that's pretty
yes.
good. That's pretty good.
Hello.
A little bit soft.
For some reason my input device automatically goes to my speaker for some reason.
Oh, it's a Microsoft feature. You have to upgrade to a certain level of Windows 11 for it to do it all the time. Blame Microsoft for that. Ah, come on. Oh, they're all here. They're all here. They're all here. That's all right. Back up, guys. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. That's okay.
Yum.
Yeah, I definitely have noticed that all these new characters, they pack so much punch of damage. Like I'm sitting from 750 down to 200 to 150 every time I encounter these people.
The fuck did you just call me, Ricepin?
Fuck Jetpack Cat. I like the other support. You don't like Jetpack Cat, really, Fawn? That's alright.
Ricepin's calling me a slur.
He does that. It's a thing he does. Hey, D-Man. How are you, D-Man? Hi,
D-Man.
We got Moira ulting.
You still being a hater?
Hey, demon.
Is he a demon or is he a man? That's a real question.
D-Man hates me. I consider him a demon.
Honestly, I can see why.
You're such a hater. You invited me.
It's fun though. It's fun. It's fun. Come on. Alright, surely. I say hello. I'm going to bed though. It's midnight. Oh, Fawn. Thank you for being here, Fawn. I really appreciate you being here, bro. So it's all good, bro. As long as you have a good time. Nice, Ricepin. That's huge.
Yeah.
That is playing the game. Well done, Rice. Massive. For those, if you don't know, oh, Huck2er, bless you. Huck2er, bless you as well. So, Meat, did you know that Ricepin's main is Venture? Like, they love Venture. They're really, really good at the character as well. So that explains why they got that. Don't be sorry for sneezing, bro. It's fine, dude.
Who sneezes?
George. George sneezed.
I always sneeze. You know, you've been knowing this.
Oh, true, yeah.
Yeah, you sneeze a lot.
Yeah, I'm just dropping health so quickly, bro. I feel like healing needs a lot more, I feel, when it comes to supports, which makes it a bit sad. Oh, lovely. Good hook, good hook, good hook. Watch out for Cassidy ult. No, George!
Oh, George!
George, no! I'm gonna have to go shower now. No worries, Mantis. All good, bro. Yeah, we noticed. Cool. Thank you for that. No, I'm not gonna bother with that. That's just too greedy. If I back my phone doesn't crash out, that's okay, Mantis. That's all good. Yeah, Mantis, the reason why your phone crashes out because my resolution on stream now is 1080p now. Before it was fine, but unfortunately right now, it's probably not that good for your phone. Watch out for D-roll.
Oh my god,
watch out, guys. Watch out, watch out. How did you get killed by that, George? You got killed by it.
What?
You got killed by that, bro.
Poor George's in the trenches, man.
I'm actually... They're attacking...
Oh, no, no. Oh, so sorry, so sorry. No, I'm so sorry, dude.
They're targeting me.
I'm so sorry, bro. That's alright. No, at the end, because my phone refused to connect to the Wi-Fi extender. Oh, not a hold on there. Got you, got you, got you. That's all good. Well, if you don't come back here, Mantis, thank you for the games, Mantis. Thank you for being part of the stream.
Oh my god.
Hmm?
Sorry.
It is perfectly fine.
I'm being targeted.
Oh, I hit the nay-nay. Sorry, I woke up Diva, sorry.
George, do you want to play comp?
Whoa. Whoa!
Sorry.
Yuri Valentine. So you're smashing Q or comp. Also, hello, how are you guys liking the new heroes? Hey, welcome to the stream, bro. We're doing quick play right now, which I don't really like doing. I'm not a fan of quick play. It feels like I need to try harder for quick play, which makes it a bit sad. But yeah, for me, I feel like I'm too casual to bother learning the new heroes. So I play all the heroes, but I don't like them. They're just not enjoyable to play. But yeah, they're okay, I guess. The designs are cool, and if people like them, then so be it. GG boys, GG's. Honestly, me neither. It's at least comparable to me. I get that, I get that. Knew it was Raspin. Nice. I love that skin, it's cool. Oh, it's this one. Oh, here we go, there we go. Good timing too. Nice. That was good.
You can see me clapping.
Ah, yeah! I'm level 147 on Roadhog now. Yay.
Whoa.
Alright. Are we all good for comp, or we want to keep playing quick play?
The George doesn't play comp. I said it as a joke before.
How come we don't like comp?
George is a comp hater.
Comp is more chilled than quick
hater.
player. Comp is more chilled than quick
What
play.
do you mean? What do
I've
you
been
mean?
playing this game since 2017, and I can assure, in my experience as being a tank, it is way more chilled than quick play. Quick play, you have more higher players from gold and silver in bronze when you're playing bronze in quick play, and I feel like there's a disadvantage. I feel that's a bit unfair. So that's why comp is more chill, because you're playing with other people around your level of skill and not playing against silvers or golds. Hey, thank you, Elvis. The kid
Yeah.
teaches Rohan.
I'm the gold player.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
I just
but then-
prefer.
All the people that I play comp with are all higher level, so I always get in the higher level matches, and I feel like I'm always having to actually try more, and I'm like...
Well, let me assure you, I am roughly silver, mainly bronze, so I feel that's probably the reason why I have that opinion. But thank you, Elvis the kid. Thank you for the first time message. Hope you're doing well, by the way. GG's for the last game. Why am I healer? I'd rather be suspended. I would rather be suspended. I'm not even kidding. I'm getting a little bit over being a healer. Let's be honest. I don't know. Let's be honest. So Overwatch 3 is Overwatch 1. It's gonna be on Blizz. Battle Mercy, let's go. I mean, who is? Oh, hang on, I could be Battle Mercy. I don't mind being Battle Mercy. I could do that. Let's be Battle Mercy. Oh yeah, GG. Oh no, good luck. Good luck. Have fun. Hope we all play well. I'm gonna be Battle Mercy, by the way. Where's Hanamura and Volskaya? Did they come back? Nah, brother. What the hell? Socks me literally wrote a chapter. What's the depths of fixing what Overwatch 2 does? Oh, thank you for the
Yeah,
lore
so
breakdown.
that yeah, I figured that they might want an explanation there.
Bro literally became Pog. That's so funny. No, stop it. Ah. I still got kill anyway. You're so sorry, team. What do you mean? It's quick play, who cares? It's okay, it's okay. Dude, it's already been 3 hours already. Holy moly. Oh, you can go up here now? That's sick! Oh, that's so cool! That's actually really cool. This is sick. I should be helping you guys out, eh?
Just straight joy and whimsy over there.
Yeah, it's fun. I for some reason like attention to detail to stuff like that. I don't know why. I just
I love it too. I was like that my first time seeing this map.
Oh no, it's me in general. Valorant,
Oh my-
Overwatch. I just like cosmetics.
I got solo ulted. This fucking tank.
What, our tank or their tank?
Solo ulted, little old me.
We should report them.
I should. Report him for throwing.
On the enemy team.
He threw my game.
Who's my favorite out of all the heroes? Oh, that might be your chat. Sorry, dude. So who's your favorite?
No. Join chat. Join chat.
Ah!
I appreciate the attempt of a res.
No, it's okay. I just saw it and I just clicked the button. So
out of the new heroes, I really like Mizuki and I really like Unrun. Emre's okay. It just feels like Valorant.
Bro, that's so funny because I've been playing a lot of Valorant. Bro is telling us what to do in a quick match. Go as far away as possible, please, everybody. No!
Regroup? How about
George is with us. Yeah, George is with us. Yeah. Say hello, George. Chat. Say hello.
Yeah, I'm here, Demon. Hi.
Oh, yeah. D-Man the third. Wait, that's a D-Man the third? What happened to second and first?
Is George with me? Yes, George is here.
Bro, we just said that.
Oh, I didn't hear. I was locked in.
Oh, it's okay. I was very concerned.
I'm so locked in. You
That's
don't get
alright.
it.
That's okay.
When I start locking in, I just forget how to read or listen.
That's okay, dude. That's okay. I'm tunnel vision as well, bro. Watch out for Junkrat. I tried destroying it.
That was
nice,
the funniest thing I've ever seen. I can smell the state from over there.
I'm on 95, by the way.
Why are you so mean to me?
I mean, honestly, I can see where they're coming from.
What the hell?
You don't even know what state.
San Francisco.
To be fair, I don't even either. No, George is Australian, man.
So, Queensland.
Ew.
What? Bitch? I'm in Queensland. That's crazy.
Oh. This fucking guy.
I'm gonna be real, guys. It is 29 degrees in my room, and I'm wearing a jacket. It's a little bit hotter here.
29?
Because my room is like closed up with windows because I've got neighbors that I actually respect. And I'm a loud guy too. And my voice is very loud when it confronts spaces. And I respect my neighbors. Ah! Hey! Thank you, man.
I didn't mean to get you with it.
Nice. Watch out for that, watch out for that.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. To answer your question, by the way, as well, Ultimate D-Man, for my answer for the heroes, I don't like any of them. They're just not fun to play. This Junkrat has a crush on you. I feel that too. Yeah, I feel like I'm too impatient to learn new heroes because I just don't have time to do it. Yeah. What the fuck? Who's behind us? You live jetpack.
I don't like this tank. He annoys me.
Which one?
Enemy tank, obviously.
Oh my god! I just annihilated that guy. I literally became a DPS Mercy right then. That was crazy. Nice. Nice. Good job. Good job. Good job. Ah! No! No! Oh my god. I was trying to fly away. Dude. Oh my god.
Oh. I just like fully walked into them there.
That's okay. It's a good strat. I can see what you're trying to do there. So good effort. Oh. Come on, come on. That's alright. No, camp the back, camp the back, camp the back. Yay! Yay!
Oh, yeah! Hell
good job,
yeah!
Good job, everybody. That was Raspin. That was Raspin. Good shit, bro. Well done. That was huge. That was good. That was good. Well done, everybody. We all played well except for Sock. I got Roadhog! Punish Roadhog. They're throwing the game. They're being... Oh my... Oh my god, we're getting destroyed. That's so funny. That was so good. I need a support. Come on, come on. Oh, ah, come on. Yay. Oh, no. That's hard. All right, let's try this again. All right. Honestly, we have another room, by the way, for another healer, but oh no, not healer, but like another player. Whoever wants to join, by the way, we can do another player. I'm actually bi-curious to see what's going to be happening with this new player of the game.
You're bi-curious?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Yeah, I knew Riceman got it. I knew it. That's so good. That's awesome. Well done, Rice.
Bro hit you with a mercy diff.
What? Who did?
The tank said mercy diff.
Oh, I didn't even read that. Actually, I was more supportive of Riceman getting another player of the game. That was huge. Whoever wants to play,
mercy diff is crazy.
Whoever wants to play with us, you're more than welcome to play. Like Yuri, the D-Man, the Devil, and that's roughly it. Whoever wants to play, we could have a bit of a pause right now because I want to have a look at the battle pass quickly before we go and go to the next one. But yeah, if Yuri,
what level of the battle pass are you on?
I haven't even bought it. I'm just going through the skins. Like I said,
you still gain level.
I mean, not much. I'll drop my name in, but I'm just having a stroke right now. Are you having a stroke? Are you okay? We can add me right there if you want to. Yeah, I was like looking at the cosmetics. I like Zaya's dance.
Oh my God.
That's really cool. Kiriko got like a nice skin. Oh, sorry, what?
I need to get to level 175 so I can get the chronically online player title.
No, I'm with you on that.
That's
I need the chronically online.
That's so funny.
George, does this mean you're actually going to play Overwatch this season?
Oh, that's so cute. Yes. Hey, let's go. Oh, that's so cute. That's a pretty Mercy skin. Wait, is that Mythic Mercy skin as a spray? That's crazy. Have they done that before? Added mythic skins as an actual spray?
So there's a May spray in here as well. It's her mythic that she'll be getting mid-season.
Interesting. There's this Moira's updated skin, by the way, and she is like this. There's like the today's skin for Moira, I'm guessing.
She looks so good.
Bro, you were committed to like glaze a cartoon character.
She looks good.
Yeah,
God forbid.
Yeah, we heard it the first time, bro. Our ears are already ringing still. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my gosh, she's dropping it like
I should have just streamed by myself.
That's fine, bro. Malga, don't blame the Moira's hot. Yeah, yeah, it's alright.
I don't think she's hot, but I do think she looks good. You know who is hot?
Who?
Imray, bro.
Emraid? Who?
Imray. The new DPS, not the girl, the guy.
Oh, that guy. Okay. Oh, you mean this guy? He has a voice line at the very start. There's into women that can beat me. Oh my fucking god. You mean this guy? Oh, I got you.
I'm not into women, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, okay. Nothing wrong with that, bro. Oh, Lucia's got his skin too. That's so cute.
Being, like, who? Whoa.
What?
What?
What are you trying to say? That's cool.
I was saying
you got the shorts. You got this.
Not being into them.
Yeah, imagine not being into women. Honestly, I don't understand.
I like men.
Ew.
I'm sorry, I'm
That's
gay.
cool.
Jeez.
That Brigadier skin's pretty nice too. I like the Brigadier. So these.
No one's more homophobic than your own community. Fucking hell.
Bro, my community is very homo accepted. We very much are. There's nothing wrong with kissing your homies goodnight. There's nothing wrong with that. So these skins, right? These are like the update, like the what's the word for it? These skins are the current timeline skin. So Brigida's skin is this as of now, basically. Same with Moira, same with Malga. Is that how that works? Just to make sure I'm corrected. Same with Lucio as well.
It's basically their new battle skin for the fight that's going to be happening.
Oh, no.
Talon and Overwatch are at war again, so these are the outfits they're going to be wearing.
Okay. Can I say, by the way, too?
The Magua skin's fire.
Yeah, it looks cool. I love Genji's skin because you can actually see his eyes, ears, and almost mouth. Basically being a Kakashi Sensei from Naruto. Oh, the Wemi person's me? Oh, I have a feeling. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's a cool spray. That's cool.
Honestly, I forgot what Genji's face looked like until this skin came out.
A lot of people, I mean, the young Genji skin we have, we know what they look like, but I do agree though, we have not barely seen anything of Genji. Speaking of which, nothing here for Roadhog in the entire battle pass, not even like a sticker or a spray. I love it. Wait.
Well, if it
That's
helps,
cool.
in the storyline right now, they're about to go to the Junkers.
Yes, I saw Malga commenting that in Talon. Malga got sent to go to
Yes.
Tucker to take down Junker Queen or some shit like that. I think he's getting a
He gets a
rainy
rainy day skin?
Yeah, that's my profile on Discord. If you go on my Discord right now, that's my profile right now. It's so cute. I love it. I screamed when I saw it.
Is it in the game to see already?
No, it's
they're
like
not
it's
gone
a
that far.
concept art. It's a concept art, and they're gonna be announcing it. It's really,
Oh
really
yeah,
cute.
no, he hasn't got anything yet.
No, yeah. Which is fun. Nothing wrong with that. So Yuri Valentine, are you gonna join us, or he's gonna watch from the sideline and have a stroke?
Oh my god, Dominion's Valentine's skin is in. Look at that.
Dominion skin? Where? Sorry?
Dominia? Dominia? How do you say her
Demure?
name?
Demure? Is that like a mewing thing?
It fucking opened my stream.
Hey,
You're gonna make me
bro's
crash out.
promoting their stream while doing a collaboration. Okay, buddy. Alright, where is it? Oh, that skin. Oh, I have no clue what that is.
Thank you for the follow.
Literally got promoted.
Thank
you. So, which one are we referring to?
What a skin, though.
Marvelous skin? Like filters? Unowned? Heartbreak, you mean? Sorry? This one here? That's a good skin. It's like rose and shit like that.
Doomfist with the Crimson Wolf skin.
Wait, what?
What does
Can I
this
see
mean for
that?
lore?
Where is that? Can I see that one? Hang on. Skins. Crimson Wolf. That's cool. That's a very nice
What does this
skin.
mean for the lore?
I mean, I'm not a fan of Doomfist getting one-shotted, but scientifically speaking, an energy sword that can cut through so much shit, it makes sense to get through a giant gauntlet. It makes sense for it to cut through it. I'm sorry. I believe in the science behind it. I'm not a fan of it because how much Doom was hyped and how powerful he
You
was
just
meant to
don't like
be.
the lore of it.
No, because I feel like the writers kind of like, they want to shove in a new baddie, basically. And they're like, let's get rid of the old person that we've been hyping for years. You'll get hit.
My hope is that Moira's gonna
take over
do her
Talon.
little sciencey thing on Doomfist and then fuck him up.
That'd be cool.
The same way that she messed up like Sigma's brain.
So, I forgot if Moira was the one who did that to Sigma. And,
Yeah.
and Sombra was the one who was looking after Sigma's mind as well, right?
Yeah, they're friends.
Yeah. That's why I feel bad because Sombra and Widow and Reaper were apparently, they left Talon apparently. Because they didn't like the idea of Vendetta.
Echo got a Talon skin and an Overwatch skin. That's a bad sign.
Does that mean Sombra is going to hack Echo?
I mean, they hacked Athena. It's possible.
Which one is it? 8 bits? No. Which one is it? Is it Cosmic Skin? That looks pretty cool. Which one is it? Sorry?
No, her skins are called New Empire and New Era.
I might have owned it then because I don't know. I can't feel. Vampire Bat, New Empire. Mary. I have a lot of these skins. Oh my god.
You got a sword by the new season.
New by season?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Season 20.
And then I just put it on unowned.
Wow, that's interesting.
That's big for lore.
Bro is a window seater. Bro's on both sides.
It goes on whichever side works for her.
Literally, how bad is that? You'll get it for diamond, I think. Wait, me? Which part? I just read that. I'm so sorry, Yuri. All right. I guess we'll play a game. Quick play and all hitting that gamble. Alright, should be all good. I'm gonna be real, I might maybe stream for a little bit longer and I might have to head off because it's so hot in my room right now and me wearing this jacket makes all the worse for me.
Consider taking off a jacket?
True. Hang on. I think you got something there.
Oh no, the jacket makes it too hot. Anyway.
Oh, dude, why is there a rotator around my fucking drink? Dude, this jacket is saturated. Okay. So.
Oh my god, George, me and you in support.
Hey, cool. Roadhog time.
And show off my new Mercy skin.
Wait, what if I become Reinhardt?
I got a legendary, what's it called? Widowmaker.
Oh, cool.
Out of my loot box. It actually looks really cute.
Nice. Good luck, have fun. Hope we all play well. Yeah, the last loot box skin I got from my, like a big one, was the Reinhardt Lich King from the World of Warcraft collaboration.
Oh.
That was very cool.
I eat rocks.
Dude, rocks do be having some good fiber in them.
Rots just loves rocks.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Grok, tell me a reason why rocks taste nice. I got Junkrat, and also we have a Ramatra as well, which is my counter, so I'm gonna have to swap over.
You should play Diva.
Ah, sure. Let me just die first. Yep, alright, let's be Diva. What do you mean, Yuri? I'm so confused by this thing you're saying. You'll get it for diamond, I think. I don't understand that. Also, with Diva, I have no clue how she works.
Shoot.
Yep.
Yep. Sometimes shoot missiles.
I'm doing that, I'm doing it. I'm about to be taking out my mech.
Right click to eat bullets.
I'm out my mech. I'm gonna die. Ah, God. I'm near runaway. Ah, no. I'm back in my Diva mech.
Yeah, right click to eat bullets. Avoid that ram.
Why is that?
And go straight for his supports.
What if the ram's protecting their supports though?
Then you go around him.
I just did, and the Bastion was helping them out.
So you need to go through him.
Yeah, I don't... It's so confusing. Oh God, watch out for Baptiste ult. No, socks.
You just gotta like every man for himself.
Oh, good job, Rice. Now I push in, Okay. Still not working.
I don't think Diva's for you, unfortunately.
Dude, No way. Once again, I just cannot be bothered to like learn heroes. I'm just playing and that's it. Thank you.
I will not let you descend. Apparently, says Mercy.
Yeah, it's a voice on she has.
Hook Sniffer does not go to hell. Oh.
Yay!
Hey.
Alright, so what's up, B? Dude. Fuck. No, George! I'm just boosting it. You're booting up now? That's okay, dude. That's all good, bro. After this game, we'll play with you, bro, afterwards, bro. Get around. Fuck. GTR, no. Go round. Oh, yeah, who do I play now?
Mind fart.
My farter. Mind fart was a drinker. Who would I play?
What tanks are there?
There's a lot. There's Diva, there's Doomfist, there's Winston, there's Hamster, there's Marker, there's Orisa, there's Roadhog, Desire, there's Sigma, there's Reinhardt, there's Queen, there's Ramacha, there's Hazard.
Play Hazard.
Sure.
My favorite Japanese man. That's an inside joke with someone.
Oh, okay. I was gonna kick you out because my mum's Scottish and I know this guy is Scottish.
No, I'm Scottish.
No, my mum's Scottish.
No, I'm Scottish.
No. My mother, Mama Hook, is Scottish.
No, I'm Scottish.
No. My mother
yes, I am.
is Scottish.
No, I'm Scottish.
No, dude, you're not listening. My mother is Scottish.
No, I am. You're not listening. No. I'm Scottish.
I know you're Scottish, but I'm letting you know my mum's Scottish.
No, I'm Scottish. I'm the only Scottish.
Okay, buddy. Last species, I guess.
See, now you're getting it.
I think I am. I'm about to die, though. Thank you.
Junkrat.
Oh. Someone needs to kill this Bastion.
Okay, alright. It's okay.
I'm gonna DPS.
That's all good.
This Bastion is just...
You wanna lift?
I agree.
You wanna lift?
What? Fashion. Am I even doing?
Anyone wanna lift?
What do you mean? What's it lift me? What do you mean?
I'm playing Jetpack Cat.
Oh, so yeah. I mean, sure, yeah. I'll get a lift. Where are you? Oh, hello. Yeah, go for it.
You have to press F.
I hate that so much.
No, it's so that I can't pick up random teammates and throw them off the map.
But it's funny though. That's the whole idea. I hate that, I wish you can just do that. So that worked pretty well, actually.
Oh. We got there.
Yeah.
We did get to the point.
Yeah. Alright, so Yuri's gonna join us now. We
sure as hell got to that point.
Yeah, we tried our very best, yeah. Yo, why? Do we call you Y or Wixian? I like Wixian, that sounds funny. Wixian sounds okay. And by the way, we're gonna go all by the way because it's funny gambling.
I haven't got to tank once.
That's the gamble. I've been getting more healing than gambling. It's crazy. Yay, I leveled up. Yay. Hey Jupiter, how you going, bro? Welcome. GG's, man. GG's.
Hi, GG's.
Oh, we got a game. Fuck yeah.
Welcome in.
Who am I watching? I'm a flop on all rolls. Let's go. Yeah, exactly. Who cares? We're just having fun, having a good time. Does not matter if we die or lose. That's all that matters. It's fine.
We're here for vibes.
Yeah. Well, depends. Not to the Zaza
I think
level.
we've won like one game.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. We're having fun.
Unless I missed another one.
Hey, Grot. Oh,
Hi,
wow.
Grots.
How you going, bro? Welcome to stream.
Are we still eating rocks?
I'm a tank again. Let's be a hog.
Yes.
Yes.
How are the rocks tasting?
Do you prefer gravel or do you prefer like chronic?
Gravel.
Dude, have you ever had rock candy before? That shit's nice.
Fucking love rock candy.
It's so good, eh? Especially how we crack them with your teeth, but the rock didn't actually crack, it was your own teeth.
Very rocky? That's what I want out of my rocks, personally.
Very rocky. Oh, he said very. I thought he said fairy.
This bloody cat.
Meow, 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 meow. So cute. I love it. So cute.
Boards does not approve of the cat.
No, I hate the cat.
Oh my god. That was just pretty fun. The hazard drop, though, was funny. We happy that we
thank
thought
you,
that.
thank you.
It was all single-handedly
There was a thought process.
It was so funny. It was so good. I bet you guys got so bamboozled.
Like there was a plan. We just clearly didn't execute it very well.
Clearly.
We tried. We tried.
Yeah,
we tried.
exactly. That's what matters, bro. That's what matters. That's what matters. We tried. Can I hit this, Nay? Ah, let's go back. Let's go back.
Watch me whip.
That's alright.
Touch me, Nay.
Brah. Let's knock down a shield we can, please, guys.
I fear they were locked in.
I mean, yeah, it is quick play. The cat's here. Watch out for the actual turrets, by the way, by, what's her name, by the way, too?
If it helps, I got one.
That's alright. That's all good. Thank you for that. Oh, by the way, Wixian, that's a sick forest skin, by the way, you got that. That's cool. I'm not sure if you can hear us, but your skin's really cool.
Wixian did not join the call.
Oh, true. That's alright. Hey. Yay! Got the Junkrat, holy shit. I'm gonna back up a little bit. No. Nah, yeah. It's these fucking turrets again. Holy shit, these turrets. Does Symmetra have now 4 turrets now?
It's a perk.
Oh. Naruhodo nah. Junkrat. Yay! Yeah! Easy.
Oh yeah!
We got it.
Being shot by...
Thanks, Ross. Ah. Get rid of the guy. Get rid of the cat. Haha, got him.
Yeah.
Nice, fuck yeah. Oh,
What the hell?
good shit, Wixian. Good shit. Every time I think of a
What the
Wixian,
helly?
I keep thinking of Markiplier's
What the helly?
editor, Lixian. Oh my god, I just saw that.
I just got
I just
straight
saw that.
fucked right there. Holy.
Good job. Well done. Just spray the Overwatch logo on your dead body, sock. That was so funny.
You did or they did?
Oh, no, I did. I just walked up to your body and sprayed on your body.
I can't believe you hate me,
That's
man.
so funny.
I am lying. It's very believable that you hate me.
Oh! Surely. Rot-ro.
Oh, I'm like dying.
Oh my god, I
Thank
pulled
you.
down the tank. Oh my god, that's so funny. Holy shit. I'm being bounced around, by the way. This is very funny. No, man. Once again, I feel like there's a lot of damage happening now with these new heroes. And I feel yeah.
Another part of it is that they also changed the way the roles are. You notice how they've broken up all the roles?
Yeah.
Yeah, so every role has their buff now. And they also changed the like self-healing timing.
I think I understand.
It's like a mix of things.
I mean, I don't understand how it works. So it might be taking me a while to realize how that works. So Bruiser is pretty much Roadhog, but what does that do for me though?
If you hold F1, you can read it under your passive.
Bruiser, reduce critical damage received while critical health gains movement speed. That's it? Huh. Okay. So this really... So
Well, everyone has a small one.
Oh, okay, yeah. I get you. I think I get it. Oh my way. Oh, there's a cat, jetpack, Jackie. No! What the fuck, bro? Why'd you move to the fucking left, you dickhead? Thank you. Cool. I already got it. No, bro! I can imagine me getting the fattest hook on this fucking cat. Nice, good shit, Riceman. Good diff. What? Oh! I almost got killed by that. That's so funny. Nah. Oh, crazy hook! That was a good hook. Oh my goodness.
Huge
That was crazy. Headshot too as well. Oh, no way. Soldier, why'd you go the fucking left, dude? Dude, I'm so mad. I hate when people walk out of my hook.
How dare they?
No, I ironically, like, not even memeing, I get so triggered when they just don't go my way. I'm not even kidding. I get actually triggered. I don't know why. Nah, I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine, thank you, dude. There's a Cassidy, bub. Just watch out for the Cassidy, please, guys. At the very far back corner. Yeah, they're right there. Watch out for that.
He's on fire now.
I mean, we have to get to him first. Thank you for the lurk, Seas over Jupiter. Thanks for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining the stream. Yay! Yeah, I got the cat. Awesome. Hee 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 ha ha. I might back up maybe because no one's really here. Yay! Back up guys, back up guys. Ah! No! Bah! No! Dude! Oh my god, that's so funny. So where's my ult? Good job.
Huge, thank you.
Nice, nice, massive, massive. Yeah. I love how the enemy cat is called Penny. Oh my god. Holy shit. Dude. Bro. So much is happening over here. Do Rissa wants to dead? Call Rissa dead? No! Nah. Nice. Nice. Good round, boys.
Second win! Second win!
Yeah. Played well. Fuck. Played well. Hey! Good job, bro.
And you tried to tell us that you're a throw.
Good job, Wixian. Massive. The skin's really pretty too.
Okay, huge.
That's actually funny as hell.
That was good. That was a good play.
That's crazy. That's so funny. Well done, everybody. We all played well. Good job. I got bonus loot box. Let's see what I get. Want to go 76 counter with solo? That's okay. That makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. I feel like there's no point in getting annoyed at counter swapping in quick play because at the end of the day, it's called quick play for a reason. You just finish up the game.
The only reason, the only reason I get mad at it is why are we doing this in quick play?
But who cares though? It's quick play. Just get it over and done with and get to the next quick play match. Doesn't really matter what the enemy team does.
The issue is when everyone's doing it.
Who
it's
cares?
just like it doesn't matter that much. Just play a hero you enjoy. Why are you countering me?
So once again, it doesn't really matter because that just doesn't really matter. It's quick play. Just have fun and be whimsical, and just
whimsical?
chill. Yeah. Just be chilling. Just been chilling. So like, yeah, I don't know. I don't take much attention with what people do in these games. I really don't.
I don't like Soldier. Everyone that plays Soldier needs to be solo.
Is it because he's part of the LGBTQ? Is that the reason why? That's kind of weird to say, mate.
What do we not?
Then why do you not like him? Is because
I just think they need to go back to Call of Duty and get out of Overwatch.
I used to know a guy who was very good on Soldier 76, and yeah, I do agree.
Did he play COD?
I'm sorry?
Did he play COD?
I think so, maybe. I don't know.
Well, there you go.
But it's fine though. Not that deep though.
No, I'm not saying it's that deep. I'm just saying most 76 players all play COD as well.
You can definitely tell. Yeah, you can definitely tell. Yeah.
It's that type of person. Nothing wrong with that. One trick pony.
Dude, that's me, bro. The fuck's wrong with being a one trick pony?
We know.
What's wrong with being a one trick pony?
Nothing.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, I'm DPS. Oh, no, spins the tank again. Nice. Sock, you're back to being supporter.
I like playing support. It's my favorite role.
Wait, do you play Bastion?
Wait, what? Sorry, George. Sorry.
Do you play Bastion?
I play anyone.
Usually?
I don't care. I don't play much DPS or support. I play whatever.
So, I thought you said oh, Bastion was taken. I'm happy to give it
Oh no, sorry. I said tank was what do you call it? Sorry, yeah. Because I'll make you fun of Socks for not having tank. Sorry, it's okay.
Yeah, I haven't gotten it once.
It's so funny.
I think I would pop off too.
I don't know who to be. George, who should I be for DPS?
Ash.
Is he named George?
It is now.
That's not, bro.
Sure, Ash.
Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. I used to play a lot of Ash on Xbox. Do you mean Doom Fistless? What do you mean? I call myself a messy MTV. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
This is so messed up.
What the hell is happening? Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. Ah, Lucia's here. Ah, nice. I probably should be a bit further away from people, to be honest. I have no clue how people can get really good aim on these kind of characters like Ash and Widow and Hanzo.
I play Ash.
How do you play her? Like, I don't know why. I have like 50...
I shoot.
Yeah. You shoot? And what else?
I shoot.
Fuck. There you go.
Why does Doom want me so bad?
Not too sure. We can ask. And can these guys like just stand still? I don't understand.
Mad cause bad is crazy.
Is that what they said? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't read it. What? Yeah. I did something there.
Thank you for the attempted res.
We appreciate it. God damn. Hey, Lucia's back. Hello, Lucia. How's the wife and kids? I'm so sorry. I worked it up. I'm so sorry, dude. Ah! It's funny. I know how to counter Doom as Hog, but I don't know how to like do anything else on other DPSs or supports. I got Bob in a couple of minutes.
So fucked up.
That's okay, dude.
I love playing Ash.
Yeah, Ash is cool. I used to play a lot Ash when I was younger. I threw a Bob out in the room.
When I was younger.
Yeah, well, yeah, like literally when I like maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
Punk.
Yeah, I had 50 hours on Ash, 50 hours on Sombra when I wanted, because for some reason I had a mindset when I was younger thinking if I were to play DPSs, I'll learn their weaknesses so I can use that as an advantage when playing Roadhog.
No, I do that.
Yeah, it makes sense, eh? I'm not crazy, right?
It works.
Yeah, it does, eh? Wait, was that Lucio or them? How they had Lucio? I'm not just sure if that was our Lucio or their Lucio. Oh, yeah, true. We don't have a Lucio anyway. That makes sense. Okay. I'm pretty sure we should be fine if we just regroup, I feel. There's a... Oh, wait. What's over here? I'm confirming it. Yeah. Oh, wow. Thank you for that. What the fuck? Oh, who got nanoed? Watch out. No, soldier, soldier, soldier. Yeah, it's good shit, Russ. Good takedown. Doomfist above? Yeah, Doomfist is coming back, so get ready for that. Doomfist over here. Yeah. Whee. I might go over here maybe. That's alright. Nice, nice. Whee. If I go in here? Nah, that's okay. But whoa. Oh, that was a good save from the Lucia, I have to admit. Like, holy shit, that was actually a massive save. Oh my god. GG's, boys. Well played. Oh my god, my wrist is getting really sore.
Old. Sorry. It's like the demons inside of me need to call you old.
No, that's fine. I don't care. A lot of people in the past have tried to like say, oh, you're this old because this is this old and this is like so many years ago. Or like, you're this old from this age you were from this when this happened. That means nothing to me. I just cherish the memories of what happened in the past, and I think it's a really nice thing. It's like, oh, I remember that was a very nice time.
I don't remember anything from years ago.
You don't remember what happened with COVID?
I was in high school. It was a fucking blur.
Yeah, dude, yeah. I can imagine how massive it would have been for you guys. Hey, welcome back, Amputate.
Yeah, it was really...
That's it?
But it was so hard, so I don't remember much.
Oh, yeah. Did you want to join us, Amputate? If you want to join Overwatch, we got another room if you want to join us, bro. Let's go cancel queues in case.
Do we have a spot?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We do have a spot.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah,
I didn't...
If you want to join us, Amputate, you're more than welcome to.
Oh,
bro.
yeah, 6v6 exists. I forgot. 6v6 exists.
Nah, I'm still waiting for the 6.7 release. You will later. Amputate, I'm about to get off very soon because my room is fucking hot and we're like, you're on your PS5 at the moment. So we're playing quick play. We're not playing comp, Amputate. So even if you're on the PS5, you can still join us, brother. But if you want to, dude. If I want to, I'm only just offering it and just saying I won't be on for much longer.
Oh, it's 11 o'clock.
If it's getting late for you, bro, no one's gonna stop you. You don't think you install any console? That's okay.
Games.
No, it's all good. GG's, bro. Lovely meeting you. Hopefully, have a good night. And thank you for the games. Oh, PewDiePie stopped playing Overwatch.
Thank you.
A little next time, though. That's all good.
Oh, rip PewDiePie.
Yeah, rip PewDiePie.
I can't believe he died.
Yeah, bye, George. Good playing games here, bro. Have a good one, man.
Bye, George.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Oh, very nice. So, Amputate won't be able to play. Are we all good for the rest of us? Okay to keep playing, or are we all good to keep playing? Wixian, Reich, and Shock. Are we all good to keep playing? You chill? No worries, dude. I reckon I have a few more games than me, and then I'll be probably heading off.
Yeah, I think I've got 2 more games.
Oh, 2 more games? Alright, when you get off, I'll get off as well. It's only fair.
Alright.
Yeah. But yeah, not gonna lie, I like how they got their stuff here. So more is with the arcade stuff. Okay, that's a really weird update they got there. I don't like that. I didn't like how they just did that. Look at the menu, and I instantly got kicked out. Should we report that to Aaron Keller? Oh, how you been going, Socks, with the weather for you guys? Because apparently we're meant to be getting like a bit of like rain and storm, apparently, from what's happening with...
I'm honestly so hyped for the fucking rain. It's so hot.
It depends on what kind, because sometimes if it rains and sun comes out, it makes it more humid because it evaporates the water.
No, I'm not that close to water, so...
Oh, okay. I get you.
Affect too much here.
I got you. You're like, have fun. I will. You want to go to team chat and see what else is in team chat? Oh, hang on. We only got like... Oh, Mr. From Man. Like, don't worry. They're probably not going to talk. Rain passed over me a couple hours ago. Yeah, that's me as well. Amputee as well, yeah. It's, a lot of the people are talking about, like, we should stay longer. Dude, yeah. When I was younger on the Gold Coast, we had, like, apparently, like, so much rain on the Gold Coast many years ago. There was one time how it rained for 3 days straight. And I was stranded in my suburb because it was so raining so much. My area is like a swamp plain area. So it was just really, really hard to get out of the area. I actually had to skip work a few times in my area. It was really scary.
I think I just blacked out.
It'd be like that. Nothing wrong with blacking out. I do that all the time with alcohol. Watch out for cat, by the way, too.
Oh.
Surely. Oh, hey, Ash. What are you doing over here, Ash? Oh, bro. I was off. Was Ash, like, literally, like, 22 meters away from my hook? Dude, I hate that. I hate when people
It's
are
okay.
22
I made a
meters away.
coach gun back into you.
Nice. I noticed that, actually. Thank you for that, brother.
And
Thank
delivered.
You. Ah. And delivering my hooks, bro. Thank you, dude. Oh, you whore. That triggers me so hard. Ash coach gunned herself away from my hook and broke the hook when I was like on top of the corner. That's crazy. Let them breathe. Let's come back, you guys. Let them breathe. It's only fair. Nice, Rice. Good shit. No! You fucking asshole in your mind games. How come this guy knows I have an IQ of 2? How do they know? Are you fucking kidding me? That's crazy. Oh my god. I'm going down here. I've had enough. I have enough. I'm over it. Hey guys. I'm gonna die here. Mrs. Froman is spectating? Guys, be very prepared. Okay, act professional, guys. Try our very best.
Did you just say Fork Roman?
No, the person is spectating us. Mrs. Froman is spectating us.
Oh. Okay, I thought you said Fork Roman.
What would that even be, Fork Roman?
I don't know.
What would that even be about? And why do I feel concerned? Oh my god.
Let me heal you, pretty please.
Hang on a second. That's alright. Ultimate is ready. What an angle. I'll go around the other side maybe, see how we go. No, Raspin! I was gonna help you out, bro. Ah, dude. Ah. Yeah, I think that all the new hero stuff has like their own fucking things, bro. Like they got so much more, what do you call it, more damage. How it just makes it so much harder for me to get anything from this. Yeah. That's so weird, I don't understand. So DPS and other tanks categories have their own like boost of stuff basically. On my way, on my way. Dude, Raspberry booped everyone away from me, so I couldn't hook any of them. That was so funny. Oh my god. As soon as I'm about to throw my hook, Raspberry shoots his boop away from everyone so I can hook anyone. That's so good. Nice, nice, nice. Good job, good job. Nice, nice. Good hold, good hold. That's what I thought. Oh, okay. No! Why'd you go down? They're all here. And
I've got this fucking Echo after me because I killed her once, bro.
Yeah, that's the whole team with me, to be honest. That's alright though. Good round, guys. Good round.
I'm just a little Anna who hit one sleep.
That's alright, dude. Alright. Maybe Hog is not working out here. I feel discouraged playing Roadhog now because of this whole damage thing. Because I seriously go from 75 to like 200 instantly sometimes. So I think Roadhog is slowly becoming unplayable, I think. And that might actually make me stop playing Overwatch. I'm not even kidding. Because I would rather like enjoy playing my character and not get rinsed. And I think I made a promise like in Overwatch 1 when I was really young being Hook Sniffer, like as soon as I stop enjoying playing Roadhog, I probably will stop playing Overwatch as a whole thing. Ah! Dude, my point exactly. Like just rinsing the health, bro. Holy shit. Yeah, this kind of sucks. No, damn. Ah. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. Ah, thank you. Whee! Whee! Oh, no way. I almost got that. So funny. That's so good. Oh, damn it. Oh my god. Thank you for the revive. Thank you. That's alright. Thank you for the res though. Yeah, all at 78. Oh damn, every time. Oh my god, I missed my hook as well. Hey Mantis, how you going, Mantis? How are you, man? Ah. Mantis, I'm contemplating quitting Overwatch. I am. Ha! But okay, that's funny though. I'm happy with that. Oh, because since Roadhog is now in a certain category of tank, and so is every other DPS, I feel like the actual damage has increased. So I have 750 HP. I walk out to one battle with a bunch of people. I go from 75 to 200 to 150 straight away. And I have no time to get healed or take a breather. And the output damage is just, I feel it's too much. And I made a promise like years ago, how if I said, if I get over playing Roadhog, the only reason I play Overwatch, I will probably quit Overwatch. Because that game kind of sucked. GG's, boys, GG's. Oh, alright, all good. Don't quote the game because of one. No, it's gonna be like that from now on, I feel. Certain combos of damage boosters and certain damage actual particular ones. I got a feeling it's gonna be like that for the entire time from now on, I feel. Because like the 5 added heroes and also the new roles of different people with their own passive as well. I'm building up on top of damage after another. I don't know. I got a feeling that's going to be very hard to play Roadhog from now on. Or I have to try even harder, which making so I have to keep playing the game more in order to like get better at the game's new stuff and new meta. Which I don't want to do, because I can't do that. I've got things I want to do besides playing Overwatch. I'd say wait for the balance patch. I don't know if Dan Webblers only cares about balancing one tank, being D.Va. You're not wrong. When D.Va first came out, she was like the most buggiest character. I'm not sure why I'm being Reaper. Oh, bro. Ah, there. Ah. Waffle inside you is awakening? Yep, more than likely, yeah. Wait, what happened to the shield? The shield's gone. And I think once the hype dies down a bit, I feel like it'll be probably less stressful as well, I feel. Well, I'm gonna back up probably. Watch out for people on the other side. Look on the spawn. Ah! There's Cat. Ah, running away. Ah. Whoa. So give it till maybe a balance patch or meta reason that the saddle balancing takes place. Yeah. But I'm not too sure if I got the patience or even to bother waiting. That's my problem. Ah. What? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, Roadhog's literally the only reason why I played Overwatch. Because that was the only character I enjoyed playing. Take a break and come back when I did have a break. I was barely playing Overwatch for a while. I was playing Valorant and like other games. like near replicants. This is my very first game session after a very long time playing Overwatch. Like, I feel like if I have a better chance of surviving and getting some sort of wins without like a lot of over the top stuff, I'll have a bit more of a funner time as being Roadhog. But it's just not fun going in. Also, you're in quick play? Yeah, also, yeah, I'm aware of that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would rather have fun and be silly. Oh, no one's here. It is called quick play for a reason. Ah, no. Cat. Might back up maybe, just in case. That. What the fuck? Hello. I got ult at 85, E6. Oh, hello. Whoa. Ah. Oh my god, no way! I just got that. Oh my god. That's so funny. Oh my god, oh, that's great. I got ults. I got that. I could ult and see how it goes. Yeah. I could ult here. No one's here, don't worry. I tried doing that, but it's fine. What? Oh my god, they're all there. Wait, Max, he's talking to me or talking to Socks? Because we share the same stream, Mantis. We are like collaborating. Is it 1 o'clock for you right now, Socks?
Yeah, 1:25.
Nice. What? Oh my god. Ah. I can try and I'll see how I go. Oh, don't worry, Riceman. Fuck yeah, nice. Good shit, bro. Nice, good job, boys. Good job. Does Juno just go full auto in her ult? Not too sure.
No, it's a perk so that when I do the long fly thing, what's it called? Like the hovering thing like this, then she goes full auto. Which really helps.
Oh my god, no way.
Situations like that.
Whoa, I have flash outside. I think a storm's still here, I think. Ah, run away! I have no clue when to ult. Special called Blinky. Bro, I grew up with a cartoon show called Blinky Bill. And that was pretty cool. A very goated Australian show. Ah! I got ult once again. GG's boys, well played. Well played well. Good job, boys. Something I wish I was something I wish was a thing. What's that, bro? Mercy being a semi-auto pistol. That'd be so cool. Having like a weak or like an Uzi or some shit like that. That'd be so cool. That's so like a fire rate cap. What do you mean by that, bro? I don't understand.
This one will be my last.
This one coming up, or?
Yeah.
Oh, good, all good, all good. Easy, easy.
And then I'm gonna go clean my room and get ready for work tomorrow.
Good luck. What do you do for your work again tomorrow? I forgot.
JB Hi-Fi.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, you're my boss. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys bought my company.
It's really cool.
Yeah, you bought my company in like 2018 for like, what was it, like $21 million or $18 million?
A lot of money.
I think. I'll double check. When did JB Hi-Fi bought The Good Guys? Oh, in 2016, actually. Oh my god.
Ooh.
For $870 million. For $870 million. That's crazy. That's so much fucking money. So right now Mercy's full auto. She has a fire rate cabinet, and also saying all Mac has a limit to how fast you please trigger. Bro was invested in this message. I want to say Mercy can shoot as fast as possible. Basically like a somber SMG essentially. That's kind of silly. I like it. Wait, peak for April Fool's update? Yeah. I wonder what they're going to do for April anyway. Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do. Ricepin's once again tank. This whole night, Socks, you have not been tank. That's crazy. Kill a tank in COD times the skill speed, literally, bro. That's really cool. That's a cool animation.
My favorite character in the April Fool's events is Mercy, because she can basically shoot out every projectile through her gun.
What? Is that an actual thing? So she can shoot out 5 strikes, she can shoot out a sniper rifle, she can shoot out. That's crazy. That's sick.
No, so she doesn't do like those sorts.
Oh.
If it comes out of a gun, not really.
Oh.
But if it's like fire strikes, Moira orbs, Sigma's rock, stuff like that.
Oh my god, Sigma's rock would be so funny. That'd be so funny. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, kitty. Thank you, kitty. Good way of countering. So who watched the latest Mr. Beast Games episode on Amazon Prime? Whoa. Fuck. No, it sucks me, no!
It's okay, I dove in when I should not have.
That's okay, bro. Oh my god. Crazy work right here. Yeah, pushing us pretty hard. Oh my god, I was not meant to do that. She scared me. Jesus Christ.
This is the true battle mercy. What the fuck?
It really is, actually. Oh my god, this died straight away. What's this guy's name? Unrun?
Unrun?
No, like the guy, like the Call of Duty guy.
Oh, Emre.
Sorry? Emre?
Emre. He's more Valorant than he is Call of Duty.
I don't know. His gun reminds me of a
Call of Duty
gun.
is Soldier.
Yeah, true.
Soldier was literally made to be a good, like, character for Call of Duty fans
for
to come
more,
over to Overwatch.
to play them and everything like that, yeah.
Yeah,
I can
that's
see that.
literally what he was made for.
That makes sense. Oh my god, I got the cat! Don't worry. I wonder. Nice, good job. Meow. Oh, dude, there's no way. Why the cat ran away? Okay. Ugh. Oh wait, so Socks, you have someone you're going to raid to? So we are raid both of them at the same time?
Oh, I haven't actually looked at that yet. We'll look after this.
Yeah, bet. This makes a day if I have like 2 raids. Because people always like having
Yeah,
raids.
I agree.
Yeah, that's nice.
Double raids are fun.
They're very fun, yeah. It's like double rainbow. Ah! 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 Oh. I have no clue when to ult. Hi, Junkrat Silly. How you been, bro? How you going, dude? You going well, dude? I haven't seen you for a hot minute. How are you, dude? Welcome to the stream. I got ult still? How's your day today, Junk? Oh, come on. Yeah, I just ranked up in Val. I am Master. You Master in Valorant? Good job, dude. That's huge.
What's the Overwatch equivalent of that?
Champion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh no, Zoms is Silver 3, don't worry. They're in Silver 3. Sorry, man. Didn't mean to spread misinformation. Oh my god, the cat!
Oh, I don't mean like what's your Overwatch rank. I mean like what's the Overwatch equivalent of a Val Master.
Yeah. So Silver 2 is... Silver is like gold in Overwatch 2, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When?
Yeah, pretty good.
That's where I'm at, so...
Nice, dude. Oh, you're in gold? True. Ah. I have no clue when I'm gonna ult. Oh my god!
Keep getting just straight jumped.
And what's your plan for tonight, Zon? What's going on tonight, bro? The fuck? Oh shit. I didn't know they were over there. I have an appointment tomorrow and I got called into work. Oh, no way. So you had to go to an appointment tomorrow and go to work tomorrow. That sucks, bro. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully the appointment goes well, dude. Having my first day off in 3 days now, tomorrow. Gonna go to the gym and go to a nice shopping center with Mama Hook and Papa Hook tomorrow. So that'll be nice. Looking forward to that. Nah. Yeah, bro, yeah. Hopefully I go okay, hopefully. Nice. Anyway. Have you played the new characters? I haven't. I don't like any of them. I can't.
And I think he's so wrong for that.
No, I just don't enjoy them. I feel like the exact same characters as every other character in the game. I can't see myself enjoying them that much to learn how they work because I cannot afford it. I can't like commit time into it. I feel like, because this is what happened with Roadhog, I have to invest way more time than a normal person to get the hang of a character, and I just can't afford doing that. I would rather go to the gym. I'd rather play other games with you guys because I feel like I have to play.
Yeah, I love Mizuki.
Yeah, Mantis loves Mizuki as well. Mantis is like a massive Mizuki fan. I try playing Mizuki.
He's such a good character, bro.
Oh yeah?
I can't believe he's he's the only Japanese character that can't run up walls.
That's interesting, actually. Nice. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding, Russ. So Socks, do you want any commissions be done for artwork and exchanging it for Overwatch coins? Sock?
Oh, sorry, what was that?
do you actually want someone to do a commission for you of like random art drawing and all you gotta do is pay them Overwatch coins?
Dude, I would love to be paid Overwatch coins for commissions.
Oh, no. For you to pay them to do...
Oh, I don't have any money. I brought everything myself.
Ah, true.
I don't have money for other people. I barely have money for myself.
Actually, so valid, bro. Because one of my mates, Zom, which is Poopballs in the chat right now, they want to like get the Hello Kitty bundle, but they don't want to spend money on the bundle. So,
that's so valid.
Yeah.
I get staff discounts on Overwatch coins.
What? Because it works as JB High Five?
Yeah, because we sell the gift cards and you get staff on them.
How much staff discount do you get?
I spent $80 on $100 worth of coins.
Holy shit, that's massive.
Yeah.
$20 off? That's massive. That's actually
Which
huge.
definitely, you know, makes it more affordable.
Way more affordable. That's massive, dude. Good job, bro. That's actually really big, actually. Buy me a gift card and I'll send you the money. Literally. That's what Zom's offering you, mate. No,
honestly, my worry is that they region lock it.
Oh, no. We're in the same country. Don't worry, bro. But
no, New Zealand and Australian gift card laws are different.
Oh, I forgot you're in New Zealand. I'm so sorry, dude.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting about
they do Blizzard gift cards, and you put that on through Battle.net, and you can redeem it to your Battle.net account as Overwatch coins.
Oh.
But yeah, New Zealand and Australia have very different laws with gift cards, so I don't know if they'll region lock it or not.
Honestly, it's very hard to tell because they always like making random rules up to save money. Oh shit! Ah! Nice, get rid of the main. What the fuck? Where are they? I'm so lost.
It's a cat.
Yeah, GG, well played. I did pretty well as Cassidy. That's huge.
Yeah, you really did. You got a good play in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, me go around the other side. It was huge. Hey, Race. I kicked May in the face. Oh, good job, Yuri. Well
Hell
done.
yeah.
Well done, oh my god. Well, that was Overwatch.
My friend's streaming if you want to raid my friend.
Yeah, sure. I'll see who else is streaming on my end, and if I got no one on my end, I will stream on their one too.
Cancel queue.
Hi, true. My bad. Thank you. Thanks for playing, dude. Thanks for joining the stream and do a collaboration, bro.
Yeah, of course.
I appreciate it. Oh, I got one person streaming. They're called they're playing Overwatch as well. They're called Socks Me. You can raid them if you want it.
Well, I don't know if that's allowed.
No, it's fine.
Thank you for having me. It was nice to meet you, Yuri. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, we always love having Yuri in our Overwatch games, dude. We appreciate it, bro. Yeah. So, what's your mate's name, brother?
I'll copy paste
Just type it in the chat. Yeah. Awesome. Anyone can add me. I'm chill. Yeah, that's awesome. No worries, dude. So yeah, once again, thank you so much for the games. I'm sorry, I've got like a very autistic take on Overwatch. It's what happens when you've been playing Overwatch non-stop since 2017. That's what happens. It's a really...
That's how I feel with Fortnite.
Yeah. Oh no, I love Fortnite because I don't take Fortnite seriously. I think it's funny and silly. But yeah.
No, see, that's how I treat Overwatch. We treat the different games
That's
the same.
so fun. I mean, if you want to play Fortnite, hit me up. I always love playing Fortnite.
Oh, Fortnite makes me rage. I'm a very different person on Fortnite.
Oh my
There's
god.
a reason I don't stream it.
Oh my god. I'm very casual in competitive games. I feel so bad for my friends when we play Valorant and shit like that together because I'm too casual. I've lost the ability of being competitive. I lost the ability. I had like a positive midlife crisis, and I'm like, it's a fucking video game. Who cares? Just try your very best. If you lose, you lose. You win, you win. Next game.
Yeah. Feel that.
Yeah. But yeah, have a good night,
All
everybody.
right, I'm gonna raid Lynn.
Thank you for the games.
I'm gonna go raid Lynn.
Yeah.
Thank you for games.
That's
Bye-bye.
all good. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Good night, everybody. Thank you for streaming, everyone. We love having you guys here, and I'll see you guys on tomorrow night. We'll do a community night. We'll do silly things tomorrow night. Bye-bye.